Którzy oni? No, tak. Może być na tym.
Ale nie, żeby zooma włączyć. A, tu są, tak? O, okej.
Tak, wszystko jest gotowe.
Tak, bo tak to ucinam.
A, słyszałem. Ładno, ostrzegała. Nic, to ktoś tutaj udostępnił ten wrzask.
Dźwięk, tak?
Już działa, już nas słyszą.
Czyli nas słyszą, tak? Dobrze, ale jeszcze nie startujemy. Hi, Mr. Zoltan Koskowicz. I see you. It's nice to have you with us, on that debate.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's wonderful to be here. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, that's great. That's great.
Wonderful.
What about us? Our voice is right.
A
on your
little
side?
bit too quiet, but I see if I can adjust it on my side.
Yeah, just try to.
Well, this will be better, I suppose.
Well, what about now? It's
It's
louder.
better. Yes,
it's better, right?
I think it's going to work. Not perfect, but it's going to work.
That's great. Yeah, usually, you just need to adjust, on your side, that, your speakers, increase the volume and it's going to work well.
Yes.
Right, so we have Father Jacek Gniadek is present, right?
Yes, I am, but I have a problem with the camera now. Let me sort out the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with.
Professor Pablo de la Fuente, I see you are with us, right? And
Yes, do you listen me?
Yes, I listen you. I hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind invitation again.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope your camera is working well, right?
But
Today, I guess, yes.
what about my camera? Can you see me?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay, oh, no.
Yeah, just try to switch on.
I switch on the camera.
Professor Reichert, are you with us, right? What about the Professor Getnet Tamene? Is he with us now?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I will check if our professor colleague is there. I gave him the information, so I hope that he can join us soon.
Okay, thank you, David. So we have still have 2 minutes, so...
Yeah, I will contact him.
Oh my goodness.
Możesz pomanipulować sobie tutaj, jak chcesz zobaczyć na innym kanale. To jest dwójka, czyli niemiecki.
Ja pinkole.
What about Professor Justina Mutale? Are you with us, Justina? Not yet. Trzeba do Justiny zadzwonić.
O Jezus.
Pod ten numer teraz.
Tak, bez Izraelu.
To jest, może być plus 44, bo to jest do UK, do Wielkiej Brytanii. Nie mogą zadzwonić wtedy. Bo ona będzie mówiła pierwsza, dlatego prosimy, żeby ona jako pierwsza. Tak.
No,
Proszę powiedzieć, że ode mnie pani dzwoni.
jesteśmy w pogotowiu, tak?
Tak. Tylko jeszcze Justina Mutale. Ona nie jest obecna.
I don't know.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4...
Ja najwyżej poproszę wtedy albo Father Polycarp, are you with us? Father?
Już idzie właśnie.
Father? You have phone with him? Yes. Could you call him? Just we need him, to...
Wszystko super. No to dzięki. Tak, puszczone.
Zawsze było.
Transmisja już idzie.
I don't know.
Także możecie oficjalnie coś już mówić.
So we get a message that we are now broadcasted, so we start our debate. It's my pleasure, to welcome all great speakers and participants who are, present online on MS Team platform. We have many great speakers from all over Europe and many of them from Africa, which is very important for that topic. We have, speaking about the issues related to migration, cooperation with poor regions neighboring Europe. So especially we are focused today on Africa. And this debate is from a sequence of debates organized by Institute of Schuman Thoughts, and as well co-organizers are Ordo Iuris, which is a very big organization, focused on the human rights, and as well the Economic Forum. So Economic Forum is a big organization focused on events related to the economic issues around Europe. So I would like, to announce that we broadcast that debate to a potential number of viewers in internet. The potential number is over 1 million, both in Poland and in different European countries. So we are cooperating with many, media, social media, and as well different other platforms, internet platforms, who are broadcasting that debate. And this debate is organized each month, and we hesitate different important topics related to basically coming back to Schuman's Europe. So what we observe since many years, that different leaders like Angela Merkel, you know, they want to lead us to the superstate. So Schuman didn't like superstate, didn't like, you know, the I mean, a kind of a uniform. So the superstate is going, you know, to reduce the rule of the nations, remove patriotism, remove the national identities, and as well is promoting the superstate, is promoting the very, I mean, very dangerous ideologies like the population, like, you know, basically as well distracting, you know, the economic condition of
I'm attending.
of the Europe.
There. Okay.
So I would like, you know, to ask all basically people who are now participants on the platform, so that you switch off your microphones and only these speakers and who will be speaking are please, you know, to switch basically microphones. So we have many basically speakers today in the debate. Just my question is: the Dr. Justina Mutale present now? Okay, so as I know, I have a message that, you know, Dr. Justina Mutale is now trying to connect with us, and Father Polycarp is already on connected. So because, you know, first a speaker who will, you know, talk today will be Dr. Justina Mutale. She is running a foundation. She is a chief executive officer of that foundation, and she is going, you know, to present us some, I mean, important things related to how looks like the real picture of Africa. What does not European Union understand about Africa, and what European Union should change in cooperation with Africa, and why European Union does not stop exploring Africa? Because, you know, as we get currently many informations about, you know, the approach of the different European countries or businesses, this approach is a kind of a colonial approach, is just approach exploring or focus on exploration and not any fair, you know, relationship. So I would like, you know, to mention that Robert Schuman, you know, was thinking about the creation, a kind of a plan for Africa. The plan for Africa was going, you know, to make some certain, a new approach, creating the relationship which we're going to basically develop Africa, invest in Africa, but, you know, not explore the Africa. And this was very advanced thinking of Robert Schuman, how to do that. Of course, in that time he was acting, there were many, different issues which had to be made in the first, and therefore there was basically not possible to extend that. Now, of course, in 1963, Robert Schuman passed away, and if he would probably have a 10 or 20 years more chance to be alive, then it would be probably possible, you know, to get his plan in action. And I'm really glad, you know, to have very great assistants, you know, a journalist, you know, Marta Kowalczyk, you know, from Poland, you know, and as well, you know, Father Luis, right, from basically Cameroon. Cameroon, I remember, you know, Cameroon in World Cup sometimes had a very good team, you know, it was almost on the top. When I was young, I remembered. Yeah, and as well we have, Father Tesfaye in our audience here from Ethiopia, and we will have as well a few speakers as well. Professor Getnet Tamene, who is a professor currently working at the university, at Comenius University, and he's a specialist on sub-Saharan Africa and at the University of Bratislava. Oh, that's great, Justina. Dr. Justina Mutale, we have, pleasure to see you. So you were planned as a first speaker at our debate. So Justina, Dr. Justina Mutale, so be so kind, the floor is yours, and feel free, to speak up and reflect everything what you think most important. Although in plan we have 20 minutes, do not hesitate to extend more if you want, okay? Anyway, you will be asked again later on in our debate to speak again, to just discuss and to extend some certain, your ideas. But feel free, so do not be afraid that after 20 minutes I will switch you off. So just thank you very much again that you are with us, and I appreciate you have a very nice dress,
Thank you.
Looks very great. So go ahead, the floor is yours. Dr. Justina Mutale, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm delighted to be here again and to be part of this very important debate, and of course to bring the African voice towards this debate so that we can see how we can get our relationships working on equal footing as partners. Of course, we all know that the relationship between Africa and Europe is governed by these agreements, several agreements, but the most important one of them is called the Cotonou Agreement, and of course the Joint Africa-European Union Strategy. And both of these documents, instruments, include political, economic, and development dimensions. So in this way, the European Union engages with the African Union in various policy dialogues, which include on democracy and human rights. With the European Union Development Fund is, of course, used as a channel for the European Union's development cooperation into Africa, to fund the European Union development cooperation in Africa, which in other words is called aid. So according to the geography, Europe and Africa are very close neighbors, only separated by about 15 kilometers through the Strait of Gibraltar. And because we are so close, we are such close neighbors, our relations have always been intertwined in one way or another. And throughout history, the prosperity of Europe and the stability and security of Europe has direct effects on the prosperity, stability, and of course the security of Africa. In 2020, the largest trade partner for Africa was, of course, the European Union countries, with about 28% of both exports and imports. And this was only followed by other African countries trading between themselves at 23% and China at only 8% at that time. However, this relationship between European Union and African Union has been marred by the negative impacts associated with colonization. We shouldn't run away from the effects of colonization on the relationships between Africa and the European Union, because this relationship continues to, the effect of colonization continues to have a negative impact on the economies and of course the social systems of the African countries, which were highly disrupted during the colonization process. So Europe's past and present exploitation of Africa has played a very significant part in the underdevelopment of the continent. Even after many African countries have gained their political independence, Europe still exerts a huge amount of influence on how African countries can develop. It exerts a huge influence on our economies. In fact, our economies are still not in the hands. We still haven't had our economic independence. And up to this day, the relationship between Europe and Africa continues to be one of exploitation. And this, surprisingly, even with globalization and talking about human rights and democracy and all of these things, there appear to be some kind of dictatorship here when you look at the relationship between the African Union and the European Union, with Europe dictating to Africa. Because this bad relationship is backed by international trading agreements, which are influenced by European big businesses and have very unfair terms on African countries. And this unequal trading system has meant that African countries have never been able to build up sufficient national wealth to invest in their infrastructure. And now this is a vacuum that China has come in to fill. African countries are now beginning to reconsider whether it is wise to be party to an arrangement that is not helping us achieve our development goals, a system that does not respect us as equal partners. In the past few years, the African Union has begun to emerge as a globally relevant actor because we have overcome a major hurdle in Pan-African progress. The continent has recently increased its economic power with the creation of one single economic bloc through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which will cover a market of a whopping 1.2 billion customers. That's about the population of Africa. And this will bring an estimated total of $3 trillion in combined GDP. So the economy of the African Union is now nearly the size of the British and French economies, which are ranked 6th and 7th in the world. So development in parallel to this trade liberalization and modernization is a treaty on continent-wide freedom of movement, which will pave the way for a customs union and will give political momentum to the African Union Passport Project. This project, this African Union passport, will allow visa-free travel among the African Union's 55 member states. And this development is expected will boost industrialization and exports in Africa. And of course, it will also cut non-tariff barriers and transport times, because sometimes we have to fly all the way to Europe in order to go to another African countries. But through this new agreement, we can just go directly without coming to Europe. It will also attract foreign direct investment. It will diversify the commodity-driven economy. It will create jobs for us, reduce the price of goods and services. And in addition, it will allow Africa to allocate its resources more efficiently and to increase intercontinental trade, an area in which Africa has been lagging behind the other continents for a while. So while the European Union member states provide bilateral aid to Africa, they are required to coordinate this development assistance to align with the European Union prerogatives, the interest of the European Union. Consequently, migration has emerged as a core element of the African Union and European Union relations.
No, go ahead, Justina. It's okay, everything.
Okay. So this self-interest by the European Union launched the Emergency Trust Fund for Africa, aimed at diverting almost 73% of the development fund. 73% of what is supposed to be aid money to Africa has been diverted to combating migration crisis at external points of origin from Africa. This behavior by the European Union makes it clear to us that the European Union wants to continue treating the African Union as a junior partner for as long as possible. But now we have other options. Both China and the United States offer us models of development assistance that meet our development needs much better than the European Union's. The Africa Free Trade Agreement sends an important political signal and is a breakthrough in the creation of a dynamic local economies. Africa is now entering a new era of heightened interest from external powers with China's growing influence in Africa, and this poses risks for European Union countries, even as they seek out new production capacity and markets on the continent. The African Union has 55 states, twice the European Union's current number, with over 1.2 billion people, as I said before, and this is also twice the population of the European Union. Furthermore, the European Union of the 1950s, this should not be forgotten. Most members of the European Union seem to forget this fact, that the European Union of the 1950s and the African continent of today are not that much different. They are not different in their starting point, in their geographical, economic terms of infrastructure, human capital stocks, the state of public institutions, and of course, the checks and balances on their leaders. What Africa is going through today, most of the European Union countries went through before. So in recent years, the relationship between the African Union and the European Union has undergone significant changes at the political and economic level. So trade reforms, of course, we've seen them taking place, and peacekeeping cooperation and political dialogues keep increasing. The African Union has therefore become a test bed to assess the European Union's ambitions as a global player. Among African political elites, there seems to be a growing belief that addressing governance problems, setting terms to us, to Africa by Europe, this addressing governance problems on Africa should be the responsibility of Africans themselves. Africans should be left to tackle those problems with our own rules, our own procedures, and of course, our own principles. There's little doubt that the growing commercial and economic relations between African countries and other regions of the world, mainly China and India, as well as intra-African trade, have made African political elites even more outspoken. We are more outspoken now because we know we have the clout. We are more outspoken against certain European policies, and we are rejecting them. Nevertheless, the European Union is still perceived as a progressive international player. But having said all this, it is worth mentioning that Europe can only fix its relationships with Africa if Europe can exercise its colonial ghost, as I said before, what the negative impact of colonization has done to Africa. Because paternalism and racism must be tackled if the European Union is to rebuild trust with a young, economically dynamic Africa. Movements like the Black Lives Matter protest that happened last summer can be an uncomfortable reckoning for many European Union nations who have a legacy of slavery and colonialism. It is, of course, understandable that trying to diminish Europe's dark history through revised school curriculums and initiatives such as the Black History Month would be very difficult for many European countries. However, this is badly needed, and not just to dispel the self-congratulatory and entirely false narratives about Europe's civilizational past, still being driven by some nationalist and populist politicians. A new conversation is urgently required if the European Union is to salvage flagging efforts to launch a so-called partnership of equals with African nations. And this is needed too if European governments are going to put relations with Africa and the European Union citizens on a sounder and more respectful footing, because Europe and Africa are interconnected and interdependent. They need each other to create jobs, to boost growth on both continents, and to ensure a post-pandemic economic recovery and to tackle climate change. The coronavirus is bringing us new ways of dealing and handling things. So while the European Union remains the leading aid, trade, and investment actor across the continent, yet, even if Africa's once dynamic growth rates have been slowed by the pandemic, its economic potential and its Africa's youthful population, coupled with the new African Free Trade Area, which is modeled, of course, on the European Union single market, will intensify international rivalry and competition, especially between the European Union and China. Commentators, of course, have accused the European Union, which makes its aid conditional on human rights and other norms, of harboring paternalistic attitudes, as I have said before. These commentators have said that the European Union could learn a thing or two from Beijing on consulting, informing, and working with African states as equals. Europe's aim to keep out African migrants has added to this mistrust, and especially in the way that this is handled, the way these are trying to keep them out. If they're being kept out in a dignified way, there is no problem, but there's been very harsh actions done in order to keep away African migrants. Times are changing now. Geopolitics have become more unpredictable. The uncertainties triggered by the pandemic are countless, and more countries, including post-Brexit Britain, are competing with the European Union for economic opportunities in Africa. The Commonwealth is on its toes to trying to win Africa over. Acknowledging the misdeeds of the past, if the European Union can acknowledge the misdeeds of the past and promise a fresh beginning, although this may not lead to an immediate uptick in European Union and African relations, it would represent a good start. If European leaders can make good on plans for a fairer revamp of relationships with African states, they must take collective action to exorcise the ghosts of people like King Leopold II and those of other colonial heroes. The monetary relations between France and the Francophone countries has been a horrible nightmare. That will mean addressing African grievances over Europe's role in the slave trade and the crueler aspects of colonial rules, as well as persistent modern-day discrimination, racism, and unconscious bias. It will require a change in Europe's toxic debate on migration. It will require implementation of a new European Union anti-racism agenda and stepping up on international partnerships, work on international partnerships to replace the traditional European Union policy of AIDS, which is this is an outdated white savior narrative. And this white savior narrative exists beyond the European Union, but of course it's in institutions that are made, that were formed by Europe being in the lead. They exist in the makeup of the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. It exists in the International Monetary Fund, an organization founded in 1994 with 189 member states, and yet every president in its history has been of European Union origin. It exists in the World Bank, another organization founded in 1944, again 189 member countries, where every president in its history has been from the United States. Of course, the United States is made up of people that migrated from Europe, so it's the same group of people. This discrimination also exists in the International Criminal Court. This is a court that has only ever prosecuted Africa's and non-European Union members. One or two Eastern European leaders have been prosecuted there, but mostly the Western European countries have never even set foot in there. This discrimination continues to exist even in the trade deals. The debts that African nations and others have been repaying to European Union since the end of colonization. At independence, we inherited debt from our colonial masters and they passed it on to us and we are still paying those back. It exists in the European Union's fism of the international community, where those colonial invading forces are made up of predominantly white Western and European nations. The white savior narrative has its tentacles everywhere and has had a stronghold over Africa and other weaker nations of the world for centuries. It is going to be challenged, and if it is going to be challenged, if this narrative is going to be challenged and dismantled, it needs to be challenged and dismantled from the roots, and radical reforms must be introduced to the institutions that have been the engines that have powered this white savior narrative to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justina, for very interesting, speech and drawing a very colorful picture and a very realistic picture. Thank you that you are basically not trying to hide anything and be diplomatic, but just this is a truth which we should, know. So we need, as we read in the Bible, we need to know the truth, and the truth will give us a freedom, right?
Yes.
So that's a very important statement. And now I would like Justina stay with us, because later on I would like you be in the discussion process. And we had initially, announced a presence of Professor Émeric Chopret from France, but he called me, yesterday. He had some, illnesses of his family and some, very urgent problems, and he couldn't arrive. So now I would like, to ask for a speech. Professor Getnet Tamene, are you with us, Professor? I think you are. So if you can switch your camera, please. So Professor of International Relations at Comenius University in Bratislava, and he's a specialist on sub-Saharan Africa. And Professor and our technical staff, I asked to switch on the camera for Professor and enlarge him on the screen so that we know he's present. So again, Professor Getnet, are you with us? Hello?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Oh, yes, I hear you. So could you try to switch your camera, please?
Unfortunately, my camera doesn't work, but I hope you will listen my voice.
Okay,
okay?
that's great. Thank you very much indeed. Professor, I just a question to you, but do not be limited to this question I put now, okay? Just try to extend your speech in the direction you think it's right direction, in line with that our major topic today. And so the question would be, may Europe come back to the Schuman's plan for the social and economic development of Africa based on Christian values? And additional question I would add to that to you, since you are, very much acquainted with the East Middle European countries. You stay in Bratislava. And we have the project of the three, and I would say the countries like Poland, like Trimarium, Freezes countries, we are much more different than the Western countries. So we would say the perception about the European Union is based on the West European countries. And this is not the truth about that what we present, what our countries present. And basically the Trimarium project is as well I think, going in the direction to outweigh the wrong direction taken by the European Union, the wrong direction of the European Union taken by Germany or France or some other the Netherlands, is the super state. We don't like that. So the East European countries are against that, basically. But not only we, but, basically this is very important, issue. If you would like, to relate in your speech to that problem, because the three Marium countries, we in fact are something like 150 million people here, and it seems to be that in Africa, the culture and the character of the businesses made by the, entities from the three Marium country seems to be positively perceived. So it means that this positive direction, which should be taken by the European countries, can be shaped in the three Marium, and can be three Marium have a big role in that new building a new relationship with Africa, and building the new relationship with Africa impact the West European countries in that positive approach. Exactly as Dr. Justina highlighted, we need to, the West European countries and the European Union have to change, its approach. And in my opinion, important role in that can by to that issue, I would be very glad. So, Professor Gedne Tamene, so the floor is yours. Be some kind to get a speech, please.
Oh, okay, thank you so much for the invitation and for giving me this chance, the platform to join you or to join the discussion. I also say compatriots there. Hi. To come to your question, I am not 100% sure what to say about that, but the existing framework is a European Union framework, European Union-Africa relation. So that is what I'm very much accustomed to. As far as the relation between European Union and Africa is concerned, this relationship is based on a certain framework, Now, without that framework, do you have a problem to listen? Or do you listen me? Yeah.
Yes, listen.
All right. So that framework is the first Lome, as the first speaker said, the Lome agreement, and then, of course, the second one is the Cotonou agreement. So it's working on that basis. The previous relations were colonial relations, and there was no good relation at that time. That was a colonial relation, and so question of sovereignty was not there during that time. So after the independence, after African countries got their independence, mostly in the 60s. So we came to a certain framework, a kind of agreement by which the relationship is regulated. Now, the first in the row comes to be the Lome agreement. Now, what's the substance of this agreement? So the substance of this agreement is development cooperation, which is very nice, whether with the Eastern European countries, which we see now. So that is a positive point. So that's one of the substances of this framework. The other substance of that framework is economic and trade cooperation, right? That's also a very nice substance. And the other one is, of course, political dimension, all right, like human rights, democracy promotion, and the like. So these are the things on the plate. These were the substance, all right. Now that's nothing bad with that, but what was the outcome? So that's what I want to emphasize. The outcome was not as expected. All right, the outcome was not pretty good. It was not satisfactory. Now, why did that happen? So that's a question that a researcher should look into. Now, as far as the economic and trade relations concerned, according to that framework, now this relationship totally collapsed. So the first part until I think 1980s, in the 1980s, it was good, but the 1980s, uh, so it collapsed. It was totally declined. The relation was not bringing any benefit for Africa. And the relation between the two was not so good in that sense. It's not only in that sense, but in many of those substances. So the relation was not satisfactory. Now, because of that work failed. I'm talking about Lome, all right? Lome 3 and 4, or the Lome agreement, failed in 2000, okay? So it was there until 2000. Then we entered to another framework, which was a Cotonou, right? After the capital city of Benin. Now, what was the substance of this one? It's almost similar. The substance is very similar. But when it comes to the outcome was not satisfactory again. Okay? So this framework stayed in place for about 20 years now. So I think it's the time when it's going to terminate. So we are expecting that this framework will terminate by the end of November, or 30th of November 2021, after 20 years. Now, unless another framework is enforced, the relation would even look bad, worse. The relation between European Union and Africa. All right. So, would that happen? Okay. So the betterment of the relation is a subject of this new framework. The new framework, if it comes into being, so the relation, or the subject of the relation between the two continents, European Union and Africa, will be based on that framework, on the new framework. But we don't know whether this new framework will be in place. We don't know. There are about 4 or 5 months to go. And I don't have any idea whether discussions have started about a new framework. So that is what is to be expected. I don't think I will condemn the European Union as a whole and try to appraise the eastern part of Europe. But what I would say is, in general, in order to improve the relationship between Europe, the great Europe, and Africa, I think there has to be a very well-framed framework, all right? That relation should be based on that framework. So if we try to frame a better framework, a better regulation that can govern or regulate the relationship, probably that would benefit both continents. Now, the reason why it's very important to have good relationship with Europe in general is because Africa is very close to Europe, as it has been said very recently. It's very close, and it's of a geopolitical interest to Europe itself. Not only a geopolitical one, but also economic interest, resources, and also market interest. We were very populous. So all these things make Africa significant, okay, in the relation for Europe. And therefore, the relation is very important. So it should be reciprocal. And of course, Africa should also benefit from that relationship as of now. But Africa is not benefiting, as the first person, the first speaker said. So that's the problem. Now, if you come to both agreements, analyze the outcomes. In the political sense, now, even at present, we have more authoritarian states than democratic states. So there is no any sound democratic state in Africa to be considered as an example of democratic state. Now, why is that happening? Okay, economically, as we see now, no very significant development, conflicts and migration, and so all these things accumulated. So Africa is, wounded. It's suffering a lot of misfortune. Now, how does Europe treat Africa in this situation? So the question of immigrants, how they are being treated. I know I've been living here in Central Europe for about more than 20 years, and it's very difficult to exist because of the political situation and different groups arising and trying to beat foreigners, especially Africans. That was not very long ago. I survived several such episodes. So the treatment was not really satisfactory from the European side to Africa, except for the prejudice that we see from the European side. Now, this has to change. So as far as relations are concerned, so there has to be a certain framework which controls, which regulates that relation or relationship. And I think if it's a subject of a certain quality regulation, quality framework, probably relations would work better. They would work better for the Eastern European countries and also for the Western European countries. What is missing on the African side? A very good way of arguing and trying to have to implant their interest. So that is very much missing. So and because of that, the relationship doesn't bring a kind of balanced relation between the two actors. And therefore, we see different actors coming into Africa and playing enormous activity. And so we have other actors playing very huge activity in Africa. That's not bad, very nice. That means Europe is, whether East or West, Europe is playing less dynamic role in Africa. So probably there are certain deficiencies, value, for instance, the Christian value based approach. Now Africa is shrinking towards its own culture because it didn't see any benefit from the European, even Christian value. But it's very possible that taking the African nature, I come from Ethiopia, and I know how devoted Christians we are, and believers we are, I would say, most of the Ethiopians, which are connected with the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and other denominations, of course. So I think that value is not something to be thrown into the dustbin. I think it's possible to capitalize on that value because Europe has this type of value, but that has not been effectively used for the development of the relations between the two continents. All right, it has not been used to bring a kind of benefit for both. for both continents, especially for the African part. Africa has a very big background of this value, okay, from different side of denominations. But that could have been used in a wonderful way, in an effective way, to bring about change in the continent, and a change that is sound, a change that could be observable. But that doesn't happen through all these two big agreements or frameworks, Lome or Cotonou. Now we are moving to a different agreement. Probably this new agreement, that's my hope, can, I think, prepare a good ground for better relations, not only for the Western European countries, the previous colonizers, and the Eastern European countries, which were not the colonizers, but for all, Today we are in a different stage, thinking in international theories point of view. We are quite moved a little bit different. So we have the liberal thinking, right, all over, penetrating. Okay, we have kind of freedom, more freedom than it were before. So all these things are good grounds to have a better relations where each actor will have a say, and where his interest would be protected, or where he could work to protect his interest. So on that basis, it's very possible if the partners are all right, mutually compatible and mutually thinking to come up with something which is mutual, it's very possible to have a better relation than what had been in the past. That includes both Western Europe and Eastern Europe. I think that's what I would like to say so far. Probably we will talk a little bit more later in during discussion time. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. And it's one of the last of your sentences, the parts were referring, to the deficit of the Christian values in Europe. It is, in my opinion, a very essential issue, a problem. And if the European Union so what is doing the European Union? I mean, on the Western side, so Germany, France, Netherlands, and they are just going to remove the Christian values. And this is true. Right. We are now on the battlefield. So some people say that currently Poland is a kind of an island. If Poland give up, so the entire European Union will go in the hands of a devil. Excuse me for that statement, but this is the truth about the European Union. And the direction to the superstate will basically impact worsening the relationship with Africa. So I would say anybody who went to Africa in the colonial time, they were kind of a devils. Some of them, they just, indicated they are Christians. No, it is not true. They just utilized or basically they explored. They had, basically the business goal. And therefore, this is important, subject. So, it is something which, if will be not taken under the consideration, then we can forget about any good relationship between Europe and Africa. And finally, what I am saying, Europe sometimes in the 100 or 200 years, if Europe will go in the direction of superstate, then in 200 years, Europe will be not anymore existing. So Europe will be basically what should be the best word? Europe should be basically, area where people from Africa, Asia will just present. I am not using the word occupied, because Europe. One of my, students, Muslim students, I have many students, from Muslim countries. And he's saying, because we as the Institute of Schuman thought we organize so-called the Christmas Eve without borders. So the Polish families are inviting different, people from all over the world. I mean, people, foreigners who live, stay or work in Poland to the Christian Eve. And one of the Muslim students, he say, we do not see the faith, any belief in France, Germany, so we are obliged, to implement our faith there. In Poland, they have respect to the Poland because they say, you believe in God. You try at least, to keep this, Christian or universal values, okay? Many universal values, as I remember from speech of Justina or Father Polycarp, many universal values, which are, although they are not called as a Christian, exist in Africa. And they are universal, they are very close to the nature, and they are seems to be very human. So basically, this is important. A professor topic you have, highlighted, because the implication is if Europe fully lose the any fundaments of the Christian I'm highlighting real Christian values, not just from any declarations, but the real Christian values. If Europe loses that, Europe will, will disappear. So this is very important. The question: do we like to have a positive contribution to the world? And I agree with that what you said, and Justina, that this is not going about now to be more important to rule in Africa or just to. This is nonsense. Any European businesses and the governments, in Western countries, they should forget about their power for the business purposes. They should, think about their mission, because Europe has very important mission. If Europe will lose that mission, then the entire world will look like very differently. As you highlighted, Justina, China is now basically developing their model. Of course, I have many great students from China. They are just attending, the Christian Christmas Eve without borders, even if they are not Christians. And they go to China and they, promote that idea. They talk to their families. I just called from the families in China. I get some calls and they say, Professor, we are very impressed, I get these calls from India as well. So this is a mission, it should be a mission and not a business or power or keep, the power. So this is basically very important. One of the conclusions I think can arrive from both your speeches. Now I would appreciate, just to call for a speech, Father Polycarp Opio, and Father, a priest from Agenda. Yes, please.
Okay, I would have to say I really love the conclusion after this first part of our debate, that where there are no Christian values, there is just the evil, and we can say devil. So the change we need is to keep Christian values, and this is the target, the main. So.
Thank you very much for this remark. Now, Father Polycarp, a priest from Uganda, currently a student at the Polish University, and as I know, Father Polycarp, passed his finals with the highest grade. So congratulations. I am proud very much indeed. And what responsibility? What are the main problems arising from the European Union, which negatively impacts Africa's development? So, Father, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Krusak, for inviting me and for that introductory remark. I would like to approach this theme by first of all expressing my confusion by posing a question that has troubled me over time. And that is Africa's poverty by design or by nature? Why do I ask such a question with a negative connotation? Because it is unimaginable to see a continent well endowed with quite a number of natural resources, human resources languishing in poverty. This should be a point of reflection for us. I will equally give my reflection on the same in a short while. Whereas history has it that the situation of Africa has a lot to do with historical influence, which colonialism has to do with it. It will be too much of shifting responsibility to history when there are current issues that affect Africans, and yet they are generated from within. There is a saying in my language that meaning, I can't marry you a wife and impregnate her for you. The morals behind it is taking personal responsibility. The EU is certainly having a responsibility in shaping Africa's situation. But crying over spilled milk for decades may not help so much. The EU has a responsibility to rewrite the history of Africa and shape the vision of Africa, just like any community with a focus would do it. I would like to take a social approach, but before I do that, I think it would be service enough for me to discuss what is prevailing at the current time. I would like to shift and begin with what the world is today, and that is COVID-19. And I present this with the specific terms of Uganda as a country. This reminds me of the popular novel, Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. Because the world now lives in confusion. A confusion that you are not sure of the variant you will meet the next day. Most parts of Africa have experienced a shutdown, in some parts of Europe too. Social distancing causing social crisis, which is not the nature of Africa's social relation. Masks, which disfigure our beautiful faces, and yet we have to confide in it as a tool of preserving life. We have to sanitize. Are we aware that there are communities that masks, sanitizers do not matter because they have serious things to deal with in order to stay alive? That is to say, looking for food to make them live, to see the light of the next day. Such that instead of buying sanitizers and masks, they prefer to buy a kilogram of beans and kosher. This may not sound something big for us, but in Africa's situation, many families prefer to buy or go in for what will make them live to see the light of the next day. We are told Uganda now grapples with the second wave of the virus. And whatever that means is only known to those who have better knowledge of the virus itself. I do not like to commit a fallacy of generalization, but I, just like many people, lack the knowledge of the same. I simply find myself in a wagon of believers whose knowledge is guided by promulgations, like put on masks, sanitize, social distance, vaccinate, and I simply find myself participating in the same. It would be ignorance, though, for me to doubt the reality of COVID. But I am sure I truly lack necessary knowledge of the same, and I'm thrown into confusion many times. I need to be schooled more truthfully about the whole issue. Uganda is going through a total lockdown. Schools are closed, churches are closed, movements limited to one's district. And this is not the first lockdown. Since last year, we have had a series of them. Since it is in the perspective of our discussion today, is the issue that I would also want to introduce, the issue of vaccine supply. Since it is a global problem, it would be prudent that vaccines are equitably distributed. But in the case of Uganda and maybe other African countries, whereby in Uganda only 1 million doses is supplied against a population of 43 million, it has proved difficult to procure vaccines because there is vaccine hoarding. The countries that produce them and perhaps relate with them better are supplied first. Uganda is just one of the 55 countries in Africa that share in the same challenge of inequality in vaccine supply. This is where responsibility comes in. The countries that produce these vaccines must consider humanity and not region or continent. We are a family of humanity, carrying the same image of God. This is the time to realize how fragile humanity is and the need to form a human family. Who knows, the answer of COVID may end up coming from Africa. But considering all that, I recommend management from within as a headway for clarity of vision, not only for Africa, but for every country. Attached to it is the increased debt burden that COVID brings to Africa. It is unfortunate that besides the already heavy loans breaking the back of most African countries, the emergence of COVID has pushed them to go on borrowing from Europe to fund purchase of vaccines or the management of COVID. And they happily receive them. And in some countries, even the unborn children will pay for these loans because they are just too much. African leaders should stop investing in someone's pocket. This kind of practice has encouraged dependency syndrome, which subject people to a real syndrome of the mind that out of the so many scientists in Africa with the PhDs, none of them is unable to invent a recognizable vaccine because there is an easy way. Someone is ready to quickly give loan and they produce vaccines and sell to you. They give you money and collect it back, but you remain indebted to them. Situations like this keep Africa in a slumber. They have a smiling face with a malnourished treasury. Walter Rodney noted how humanitarian aid occulted the root causes of poverty to emotionally blackmail its backers. Far from being a solution to poverty wreaked upon Africa by colonialism, charity represented its continuation by different means. This explains why African leaders making budgeting in billions and released to public, and when you ask how it will be funded, it is expecting someone to fund them. This has a resultant effect. The resultant effect is that government is now giving the vulnerable 100,000 shillings for the case of Uganda, which is $24 to live with for 42 days. And $24 to live with for 42 days, considering the cost of living in the country is almost nothing. But this is the current situation that our country is living in. The poorest person in the Ugandan village is not used to this kind of life. They simply need freedom of movement to go to the gardens, to go fishing, to go hunting, and life will be much better for them. For how long will this happen? We must take responsibility. It is true that Africa has had a troubled history and continues to write the same. This is because some EU countries identified with individual leaders, not for the purpose of pushing the African agenda, but rather individual agenda. One interest in is the minerals or supply of raw materials. This is not a new phenomenon. No wonder there are very many societies in Africa endowed with natural resources that are not at peace. Many of them bear the face of real poverty. What a dilemma. The enigma which within it puzzles me. I can give examples of such communities in Uganda. But why? Because keeping them in a cloudy situation keeps them in the ignorance of the value of what they have. And this is unfortunate. But must we keep blaming the external parties for such situations? I have a feeling we must take responsibility. Infiltration of African culture is yet another point of rapprochement that I would like to explore. As it was noted by Dr. Mutale in the last debate, we have the African philosophy of Ubuntu. I am because you are. Therefore, you are because I am. Our extended families and the practice within them have been termed barbaric. My concern has been which lens was used to judge the practice of Africans as barbaric. I would simply wish the African culture, which defines its identity, just like any other society, be appreciated. However, this has over time been subjected to a lot of shifts by introducing what is foreign to African culture under the disguise of laws and activism. We now have children's rights, which make children live in isolation, as opposed to children belonging to society in the African culture. Some human rights, which do not offer the participation of other society members in the life of the other. Such cultures have also taken shape in new forms, like in claims of sexual inclusion. Must sexual inclusions take the shape of campaigns and activism? Sexuality is natural and will also always find its natural level. But a confusion is built around it, which do not only cause diversion into major issues of development, but also subject society into unnecessary social tension. It is unfortunate that this is a well-sponsored program in some of our societies by well-organized groups. Today in Uganda, the issue of sexual education is at stake because this was more of a family and cultural reserve other than teaching in schools. As a matter of fact, it was prohibited, and it is still prohibited in my culture, to even mention the name of sexual parts by a child in the presence of the elder. I do not appreciate this need if it is meant to help the young person. I do appreciate this need if it is meant to help the young person take moral responsibility over his or her sexuality. It would be an ideal, but unfortunately it is not. This is out of the African culture and morals, and yet it is being pushed without exposing the real package that it entails. Associated with it also is the right that when there is a mess associated with the sexuality and it causes pregnancy, one must have the right and liberty to keep or not. This ideology is what the world grapples with today, and it's not only in Africa, but in also Europe as well. Another aspect is the ideology of division. This ideology of division has formed a racist stand. And this racist ideology justified and facilitated European imperialism in Africa as a civilizing mission. I take it from the ideas of Rodney Walter, as he remarked. revolutionary African thinkers such as Frank Fanon and Amilcar Cabral spoke of colonialism having made Africans into objects of history. Colonized Africans, like pre-colonial African chattel slaves, were pushed around into positions which suited European interests and which were damaging to the African continent and its peoples and its culture as well. This trend of division is what still continues as a thriving thread for those who have interests in Africa. Communities are set upon each other and supplied with necessary tools to subdue the other, and so they go into wars. A divided community is easy to penetrate. Unfortunately, this is what Africa has failed to realize. Communities have been divided and conquered, and this is a tactic that won a tiny section of African rulers to back the next annexation by one power versus another. Again, I take from the ideas of Rodney. One of the decisive features of the colonial system was the presence of Africans serving as economic, political, or cultural agents of the European colonialists. Agents or compradors, already serving interests in the pre-colonial period. This is why I say we need to take responsibility. Shifting everything to Europe would be too much to blame when we have certain things to correct ourselves. It is, however, important, therefore, for Africa to pave way for dialogue among its communities and seek reconciliation other than propagating the culture of divide and rule with no authentic basis. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I beg to stop my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father. Yeah, that's very deep analysis, Father. It goes very deeply to the heart. Yeah, this is what is the very center of the issues, the very center of the. This is a source of all other. I mean, outcomes. So sometimes, as Robert Schuman said about building the community of European Union, if you just base on the institutions and economy or just a business, this is a way to nothing. Sometimes Europe will go bankrupt. That's what Schuman said. So our origins, our roots, our identity, our faith, our values, the community. Yeah, you write. Highlighting, the ideology of the division. You are right. The ideology of the division. We feel this impact of the Brussels into the Poland. How they are going, to divide Poland. Finally, removing any patriotic identity, everything what is what shapes Poland, what shapes any country. So the ideology of the division is a very, very, dangerous. And thank you for that analysis, because you indicated this is not only the issues important to be hesitated in Africa, but in Europe. And some people say that the concept of Schuman is a concept not only for Europe, for your community of European nations, but this is the concept which is valid and can be implemented everywhere in the world. And this is the concept which is going to save your identity. So now, Zoltan Koskovic, so geopolitical analyst for the Center of Fundamental Rights from Hungary. Thank you very much, Zoltan. You had a time, to contribute to that. I'm in a debate, and I put a certain question, but again, you do not be limited with that question. What responsibility the European community should take for social and economic development of Africa. But of course, in your speech, you can refer to any context of the speakers who spoke today until now. So, Zoltan Koskovic, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Professor Krysiak, and I would like to say thank you for this opportunity, and this is a great honor for me to be among you and to speak to you today. I have prepared a presentation, and I hope it's going to be working for all of you to see. Could you confirm, please, that you see the presentation?
Yes, thank you. We see that very good.
Wonderful. Thank you. Then I will start without further ado. So my name is Zoltan Koskovic. I am a geopolitical analyst for the Center for Fundamental Rights in Budapest, Hungary. This is the structure of the presentation. In a few remarks, I will speak about the false narrative of the left, and then also very briefly about the conservative argument for assistance. Briefly, because I think it's quite obvious, but it bears pointing it out. Then we will speak about migration as an ontological evil. I know this is a strong formulation, and I will explain, but I feel very strongly about it. And in the final part of my speech, I would like to discuss ways that we can, should, must help Africa. So let's start with the false narrative of the left. Opinion leaders on the political left claim that Europeans living today are almost criminally liable for poverty in Africa. According to them, Europe in the colonial age grew rich on the pain, blood, and suffering of Africa, and frankly, most of the rest of the world. I do not want to dwell long on this subject. We all know this argument, and I, for one, find it quite absurd. While colonialism was far from a universal good, in fact, it was highly exploitative, and it did involve quite unspeakably racist attitudes. European powers also brought a lot of positives to the colonies. Medicine, education, just to mention the two most important Western contributions. The left never fails to ignore another important fact. European colonial administrations often overthrew and replaced brutal, inhuman regimes that ruled the territories that would later become reorganized as colonies. Another charge leveled at Europe is that it created the abhorrent institution of slavery. Nothing could be further from the truth. Slavery had been a human universal, but what is unique in Europe is that European states were the first to end it, to ban it, and to punish it severely under the law. Now, none of the above means that, in any sense, that Europe bears no responsibility for helping our fellow men and women in Africa. It merely means that when we do so, it is not out of misguided guilt, but out of compassion, a sense of responsibility, and solidarity. Those are not just European virtues that are rooted in our continent's Christian traditions. They are thus moral imperatives. Common sense also dictates that we must provide assistance to our less developed neighbors, as increasing prosperity and a better quality of life tend to improve social cohesion, political stability, and makes countries more predictable. All of which can serve what should be our ultimate goal, ending migration. Migration is an ontological evil. Let me be clear here that I am using migration in a narrow sense. I mean mass migration, when hundreds, perhaps hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people are uprooted and have to move to a different place in the world. This is what I speak about.
Excuse me, you are referring now to the next page of your presentation, because we have still the first one.
Oh, that's a technical difficulty, unfortunately. I am moving around, so...
We have now the first narrative of the left. Still, stays on.
You still see the first one, I see.
Yes.
Oh, but
just a moment, I will try to fix this issue. All right. So All right. Has it changed now?
Yes, we have now the source country's perspective. Is that right?
Yes, unfortunately, if I move it about, do you see the change now? I've changed it.
We stay on the same screen, on the same page.
I see. Well, this is unfortunate.
So usually if you switch to your own picture and then to the...
And the program doesn't seem to shift it to you. Yes. Okay, let's try this way. This is the last one. Can you see any change now?
Yes, we see that. That's okay.
So, migration as an ontological evil. As I mentioned, I deal with migration here is in the narrowest of senses. So when masses of people are uprooted from their homeland and forced to move to other countries. I by no means mean individual cases when somebody goes to another country to study or to work, or maybe falls in love, gets married, and returns to his homeland with his or her spouse. I mean mass migration here. So this must be made very clear. It is often discussed why migration to Europe is not a technically feasible solution to the many problems that plague Africa. Let us here discuss the moral aspects of the issue of migration. The left and the liberals preach all the time about how it is our moral obligation to accept the impoverished masses from all over the world with open arms. This is a lie. The very existence of migration is a social evil. Firstly, migration is bad for the migrant himself. The journey he undertakes is perilous. In a very real sense, he puts himself in serious discomfort. He will likely go without food and clean water for prolonged periods of time during his journey. He will sleep rough and will have few opportunities for personal hygiene. His health will suffer. And these are the problems that the luckiest migrants face. Those who are less fortunate risk serious injury and illness. As we know well, not all of them survive the journey. The Mediterranean Sea has become the final resting place for many of our fellow human beings. Human traffickers and slavers killed many more. Beyond the physical suffering, the migrant also experiences emotional pain. He leaves his friends and family behind, perhaps never to see them again. He is torn out of his culture, one that he has grown up, that has shaped him, and the one that he understands. The best he can hope for is that he and other migrants can create a cheap simulacrum of this culture somewhere in Europe. But if they stick together, but if he attempts that, he will be seen even more alien and dangerous by many of his European hosts, and with excellent reasons. Cultures do not mix very well. Second, migration is bad for the target country. Migration causes, at the minimum, a friction at the cultural level. It is never easy for people brought up in different traditions to live side by side. European history is replete with examples where even people from closely related cultures experience difficulties arranging mutually acceptable codes of coexistence inside a village. Most of the time, the peoples of European cultures, based on our Judeo-Christian heritage, manage to resolve these issues. But even so, we all remember many occasions when they failed to do so, especially in Central Europe, in the Central European region. These problems are multiplied when the migrant comes from cultures for whom European traditions are totally alien. Friction is guaranteed. We have already seen instances of serious crime, and there is a severe risk that, should migration intensify even further, violence might become ever more prevalent. Add to this the fact that migrants from particular cultures want to stick together and recreate their traditional modes of interaction in their own new homes inside Europe. From their point of view, this is understandable, but from ours, this represents a serious danger. It leads to communities that refuse to live by established European rules, that refuse to assimilate, to engage the host culture on its traditional terms. It leads to Molenbeek in Brussels, and worse. Migration puts a burden on the target country's finances and infrastructure as well. The migrant communities need to be taken care of financially. They need to be offered education opportunities and healthcare. Failing to do so will increase the chances of migrants turning to crime as a means of subsistence. But this puts an undue and unfair burden on the taxpayer, who can legitimately ask, Why is he supposed to pay for the food, shelter, education, and healing for foreigners who refuse to integrate into society and carry their own weight? Thirdly, migration is bad for the source country. As we know, a vast majority of the migrants arriving in Europe are young, unmarried men. This is exactly the demographic category that would be needed in order to effect meaningful change in their own home countries. Their passions, work, would be most needed at home to take care of their elders and help their siblings, to improve the economy and to bring about positive political change with the implementation of long-term policies that could lift the entire country out of poverty. Instead, they emigrate and leave destitute family members behind, who in most cases transfer what meager savings they had to the migrant to help them along the perilous journey north. It is a devastating state of affairs. Finally, the transit countries also suffer from migration. Along the main migratory route, the country's physical infrastructure suffers serious wear and tear, and the communities living along these roads suffer from increased crime and other forms of friction with the migrants. Now, let us address a potential critic who might say that the USA in the 20th century benefited greatly from immigration. It may well have, but to benefit from is not synonymous with morally right. The above-mentioned problems were all present to some degree in the case of 20th century migration into the USA. The underlying reasons why it can plausibly be described as a success for the United States are quite troubling from a moral point of view. The United States did not have a social safety net to speak of during the golden age of immigration. This meant that the new arrivals had exactly three options open to them. They could assimilate fast, find gainful employment, and become upstanding members of society. This way made for very difficult initial years in the USA with an immense amount of work, but nobody can doubt that this builds character and the end result is acceptable to all. But the other two possible avenues open to the immigrants were far less acceptable. An immigrant might not find gainful employment or may not have the work ethic or the luck to keep a job. In this case, he would go hungry for prolonged periods of time, would go weak and ill without the means to afford a doctor, and eventually he would die. This is a morally unacceptable outcome that nevertheless solves the problem. Would we want this in Europe? I don't think so. The final way forward is crime. The immigrants could choose the option of becoming criminals and joining one of the numerous gangs and mobs present in the USA at the time. A successful criminal will eventually want to legitimize his ill-gotten wealth. If he does that and abandons his criminal lifestyle, he no longer represents a threat to society. Needless to say, an unsuccessful criminal will either end up in prison or dead. That too solves the issue, but in a morally abhorrent manner. This isn't acceptable in Europe either. Migration is morally untenable. It hurts everyone involved in the process. And I am quite certain that the leftist politicians and activists, including those who wear the guise of civil society organizations, understand this. Why do they persist? Because it serves their ultimate purpose, which is the dismantling of the traditional nation state, not just in the Western world, but everywhere. Of course, some of them genuinely believe in the absurd proposition that the nation state is the root of all wars, and the existence of nation states must ultimately lead to war. But even granting this patently false premise for the sake of argument, to use such a morally repugnant tool as migration to achieve an end must at least be grounds to question the validity of the very end, as well as the moral character of its advocates. Ways to help Africa. The principle applicable is well known from ancient times. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The quote is often attributed to Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism, but it could have been said by thousands of wise people independently throughout human history. The difficulty lies in implementing this principle in real life. The ultimate aim is, of course, to create real functioning market economies in African countries, because fair capitalism has been proven to be the mechanism which can lift most people in the shortest amount of time out of poverty. It produces sufficient wealth for nation states to first create vital infrastructure like housing, schools, water purification facilities, and basic healthcare. Over time, it allows the nations to invest in increasing the general standards of life, to create social safety nets, transform societies in a way that allows people to fail and start again, which is indispensable for fostering a successful entrepreneurial environment. Once this stage is reached, the country becomes a place most of her people are proud to call home. The first requirement to even begin the process of building a successful economy is political stability. Contrary to what people on the left claim, this is a field where there is very little the West can do to help. Imposing our political philosophies and institutions on other cultures simply doesn't work. One can argue that it is colonialism. Here, we must be extremely patient and wait for political stability to emerge organically. And we must not attach ideological conditions on this. If we expect democracy to emerge out of nothing, we'll wait forever. Democratization was a very long process in Europe. African countries cannot be expected to cut corners and achieve it in a blink of an eye. Today, there already are some African countries where enduring political stability has been achieved. We must start to work with these countries more intensely, as they can become shining beacons of light for their neighbors. Infrastructure for business is like vitamins for humans. Everything works much better because of it. Highways, ports, airports, bridges, etc. are force multipliers in an economy, but are also extremely expensive to build and require expertise and skilled labor. This is where our money can help the most. If need be, European countries should unite to help finance large-scale infrastructure projects in politically stable African nations. It is much more costly than financing LGBTQ sensitivity trainings in Uganda, but it also produces much better results. The sums of money required will be felt by the European taxpayers. But if we can explain to them that this will result in enduring help that can kickstart a virtuous circle of economic development for those countries who need it the most, our moral compass will point in the direction of accepting a higher tax burden. Children are our future. This, of course, is a cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true. Investing in education is costly and will only bring returns in 10 to 20 years' time, the earliest. For this reason, the poorest countries will often neglect it. But a good education system is also a potent force multiplier. And when it works, it creates responsible adults with skills and work ethic. In 20 years, they will kickstart another virtuous cycle that will generate even more wealth. This is why we must help stable African countries with building schools, supplying them with modern equipment and internet access. We should not interfere with the curriculum too much, however. Let African kids learn African values, traditions, and skills. We can always send math and physics teachers if they ask, but heaven forbid we should send sociology professors. Political stability will eventually lead to a reduction in crime, corruption, and secured borders, but it may take a very long time. This process can be speeded up with careful help, but this help really must be careful. And please, please let the African countries fight corruption on their own terms. The first priority must be the reduction of violent crime, elimination of criminal gangs, and securing the border. People must first feel physically safe for them to thrive economically. Corruption, this cause célèbre in liberal circles, is an organic phenomenon in most African countries and in the entire world, I must add. It is a problem, yes, but right now we can work around it, and it must not become an obstacle for us providing help. African countries will probably eliminate some or even most of the corruption in their own time. It is another field where solutions imposed from the outside never work. For this reason, with a sigh, we must bring ourselves to accept that some of the financial aid we send will disappear. Fortunately, famine is less prevalent in Africa than it used to be, but if it should arise again in any country, it should be given immediate famine relief as a matter of first priority. Hunger leads to crime, violence, and even to wars. In the long run, technology transfer can go a long way to help here. African countries will need to support ever higher populations. State-of-the-art agricultural technologies will help. This isn't without cost, but again, European money can help here, much more than sending NGOs to preach about liberal democracy. There is more that can and should be done, but my time grows short. The essential aim is to kickstart prosperity, and the above-mentioned tools will, I think, bring the most result in the shortest time. They will not fit in our current aid budgets. European countries will have to invest more in helping Africa and be a lot smarter about it. Compassion demands it, but it's also in our vital interest to do so. Immediately, it is necessary to increase security on the EU's southern flank and to mitigate some of the root causes of migration. In the long run, a prosperous Africa will mean a wealth of business opportunities for our companies, and it will become a huge market for our products. Eventually, migration, this ontological evil, might be eradicated completely. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a great honor to speak.
Thank you, Zoltan. Thank you very much indeed for very analytical and precise, picture you drawn. And for sure, there will be in our next steps of the debate different additional questions or considerations, but very original and I think very, very real picture you've drawn, which I see so many of your statements tie back very much indeed what I had sometime from Justine or Father Polycarp or other, people from Africa. So now I would like, you would like to comment?
I would like to comment that now we know that the migration hurts everyone. This is the thing I would like to remember. We all should remember migration hurts everyone, and migration increases fear, and the fear of every person and of countries, of nations. So it increases fear, and it really hurts everyone. So it's so have no fear. We should find a solution and have no fear, because the fear is that's the main problem of migrations for everyone.
So you put as well some consideration about the USA, United States, and we have Professor David Reichert. So I'm sure, David, you will try to get a position, related to that statement of Zoltan, but later on. Now I would ask for taking a floor, Father Dr. Jacek Gniadek. He has been missionaries for many years in Africa, and does Africa lost her spirit and culture? What are the major functions of Europeans to support brothers in Africa? So, Father, you cannot, you don't need to be limited to my question, but just feel free, to present your topics in the context of our main topic of the debate. So, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me for this debate. I would like to look at this topic more from my personal experience. In that sense, as you have mentioned, I worked in Africa for many years as a missionary. As well as my field of interest as more a theologian is the free market, so economy, but the free market oriented. So from these 2 points of view, I would like to look at the problem of migration, and because the theme is acceptance of chaotic migrations or really cooperating with poor region neighboring with Europe. So I think that the migration is not an evil. People migrated, they are migrating and they will be migrating. So I look at this process from my missionary experience in Africa, but also you see, from my point of view, I see, that the United States was built up, upon the migrations. You see, the migration itself is not, something bad, but the problem is the context in which we are talking about the migration. In the context of between, Europe and Africa, what is happening now. So people migrate for various reasons, and they look for better living conditions, and I think this is something normal. People look for happiness, and if they don't find the happiness in the country or in the region where they were born or they come from, they would like to find it somewhere else, or they look for more freedom. So I think that is something that I would never, as a missionary judge, why people want to migrate. But the question is what to do in the face of massive and uncontrolled migration, how to help Africa. And I think that the question how to help Africa, this is the wrong one, because I think that we have to change our way of thinking and looking at this continent and the Africans. As a missionary, working for 15 years in Congo, I started as a student. Later, I was sent to Botswana. I work with the internally displaced people in Liberia, in the camps. And the last country where I worked in a compound, a very poor part of Lusaka. So I never taken pictures of myself with poor children in Africa in order to raise funds in Europe. So I didn't do projects as a missionary for the poor. I never use that language that I want to do something for the poor because they can manage, and we as the Europeans, we should help them and to. Okay, so when I was building a preschool in Zambia, in Linda, is a poor compound, so the poor. So I called that project that I invited people from Poland, young entrepreneurs, to come as volunteers to build a preschool for future entrepreneurs. Because I think that what is important is our approach, how we look at the world, how we look at the people. I always see potential in people, people I meet and I see around me. So as maybe because I'm a missionary, I'm a theologian, and I believe and I see that everyone has a talent. If I would say more than one talent. So the talents that God give us. So in the same way, I look at Africa. For me, it is a continent with many talents. But the problem is that these talents are buried underground, and not by Africans only, but also by us, by the Europeans. Maybe in this context now, by the UE. But why? Because these talents, we don't see that the Africans have talents, are gifted people, and these talents have been buried by us because we don't see that potential in Africans. So where that problem comes from, I think that our economy and our politics is built on a wrong anthropology, on a wrong notion of who human being is about. So we think about how to help, and many often we said during this debate how to help Africa, and we see we look at that from our perspective as Europeans, as Europe. So problem is, I think, that we don't see Africans as partners. So this way of thinking places us in a position of being superior to others in this context, to be superior to Africans. And I think that this approach is not good. We should be considering and looking at Africans as partners. And I think that the idea to help Africa, the top-down help, will never be effective. That the government to government aid, financial aid. So in this way, money, from my experience, I saw money is wasted in a large scale. And this is why, so it is not good. So often I recall, the Zambian economist Dambisa Moyo, who wrote an excellent book, That Adam, and she says that how we should help Africa. And she says, don't help Africa, trade with Africa, do business with Africa. In short, treat them as partners. So, and this, I think that we should change our approach, because if we continue to talk that we should help, it will never see in Africans the potential that they have, because always will be the problem that our superiority to them, that because this only in our perception, but in reality it's not like that. I'm talking from my experience. So what shall we do? Because Africans are gifted people, they have talents. They just need to have good models. Just that we can show them good how to do business, but we can do it only by doing business and trading with them. First of all, we should, I think, lift the custom tariffs that protect on our European side, and start trading with Africa, not giving them 1% of our GDP. So because why we do that? Because we have, or some countries in Europe, some people have remorse because of what happened in the past, because Africa was colonized by some European countries. So we have remorse, and we would like to help them. But this, I think, that is not a good approach. It's not a good way, to deal now with the people that we have at hand, closer to Europe. As it was said during this debate, Africa is twice bigger than Europe, and the potential is huge, but we don't see that. I think that is that is a time to treat and to look at Africa with dignity, with the people who are rational and free. So then, if we look at that, I think the world will be different. Our relationship with Africa will be changed. So what we have to do, I think that we, for the time being, our borders are closed. Europe is closed. We want only to share 1% of our GDP with Africa, but our borders are closed, and we have prohibitive tariffs that prevents Africans from entering our markets. So it is worth opening borders and lifting custom duties, I think. And such an opportunity is, for instance, it was because it was created 20 years ago. The introduction of the African Growth and Opportunity Act by the United States government, that was in 2000, that provided, for instance, Lesotho and other countries who participated in this project with preferential access to the US market. So now, 15 years later, or 20 years later now, Lesotho's garment industry contributes 20% to the country's GDP. So, but we should not only to allow the Africans have a preferential access to our market, in this case to the US market, but we should just open our borders and to be open to trade with Africans, because I will give you another example that shows that if we lift, you see, the tariffs, custom tariffs, we see that in this area, the Africans develop and they know how to do business with us, but we have to open our borders. Although the Netherlands, for instance, I'm talking from the experience I had, you see, in Zambia, although Zambia is not the leading producer of cut flowers, but although the Netherlands is itself a major producer of cut flowers, some of the flowers that the Dutch people export are imported to the Netherlands from other countries. And these countries are Kenya and Zimbabwe. These countries are the leading flowers exporters in Africa. So why? Because, as I said, because we, Europe, we have lifted the duty, the custom tariffs on cut flowers in Europe. So we open our market for this this kind of business. But why not? You see, to open even more our market. So Europe, by defending itself against the influx of illegal refugees from Africa, makes it at the same time makes it difficult for African entrepreneurs to enter it. I will give an example. So a few years ago, in Poland, it was 2016 or 15. When I was still working in Africa with my friends, that runs, you see, a private business school in Poland, we organized a conference on entrepreneurship in Africa. And what we did, we invited, you see, some entrepreneurs from Africa, and one, you see, of them didn't give the visa to enter, you see, Europe. And what happened at the same time? At the same time, thousands of people from Africa crossed the borders illegally through the Mediterranean Sea. So this is the problem, I think, that we don't want to trade, don't to do business with Africa. We would like, you see, to help Africa, but this is not a good approach, in my view, as a missionary. So this is due to a misconception that we have on this continent, on Africa. It is why? Because, again, I will be talking about my experience. It is difficult to meet entrepreneurs from Europe now on airplanes. I was often at the airport of Lusaka, and I saw that the airport was always crowded with Asians. It is difficult to meet young Europeans in suits coming to Africa. Most often they come in torn jeans and t-shirts. They usually come to Africa as volunteers with government grants to implement programs to talk about democracy, but they don't come to Europe, to Africa to do business, as many and more Asians, they come and they see great opportunity in Africa for business. So if it can't be legal, people try other ways. So they cross borders illegally, and they want, you see, to emigrate to Europe because they look for better life. And I wouldn't judge it's wrong or bad. Of course, people want, and they want, you see, to have better life. So by boat, they cross the sea. Interesting is that no one is, for instance, fleeing to Zambia, because I'm talking about Zambia because I work in Zambia. So from that point of view, So Africans do not need a visa to go to Zambia, but Zambia is a peaceful country. It has been developing rapidly for several years, but more and more Asian entrepreneurs come to Zambia to do business. And the question arises why we don't have Africans going to Zambia. For instance, because I'm talking about this country, not because I work there. So contemporary migratory movements are artificial. I believe this movement is artificial. Why people you see are attracted to Europe? Because they have they look not for jobs, they look for better life, but because of the welfare state that we have in Europe. And the problem with Europe is, I think, and Milton Friedman once well said, that we cannot have at the same time welfare state and open borders. So that is something that will never work together. So if we want really, to help Africa, and not only for the sake of Africa itself, but for our sake, because we might build, a better world with people that I look at that from that perspective. God gave us, our neighbors, Africans. We could build something, better, new. We are just closed on ourselves, focused on ourselves, on our business in Europe, and we don't, want to collaborate with others. So I think that these two things. So if the welfare state and migrations will never go together. If we want, we should be lesser about the idea of welfare state, and open our borders and to allow, others if they want. But if we do business with Africans in Africa, I believe they will never, come, to Europe in such a big number as they are doing now, because they will see opportunities in Africa. So I think freedom is always the best solution. So Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI wrote in his encyclical letter on hope that a world without freedom is by no means a good world. It will never be better. So I think let's open the borders and eliminate and that the problem of illegal migration will disappear if at the same time we will give up the idea of welfare state. Pope Francis once told journalists on the airplane on his way back, to Rome, that the approach to migration requires prudence, and he added that migrants should be received and also integrated. But what I mean by integration doesn't mean that we have, to welcome immigrants and give them, social benefits. The best way to integrate is through work. And new jobs are created by entrepreneurs, not by the state. And they should invite, and we should, so that, and the entrepreneurs should have the right to invite immigrants themselves if they think that they need workers, and this is the way, the best way how we might help each other. Of course, that we need a strong, I think, institutional framework is needed to protect our countries from chaos that might be created by migration. But whether migration is beneficial is best assessed by those concerned, based on free market principles, not by the states and the state's policies. So I think, this is something what I wanted to share with you about my migration and the relationship that we with Africa and Europe and the European Union. I think that problem is that we are that what we need to really to be more free market oriented people on the both sides, and I wouldn't say that what is as following what Dembisa Moya said. We don't have, you see, to help Africa. What we have to do, it is a moral obligation, even I would say, for us to trade and to do business with others. And this is the best way how we can develop not only Africa, but even improve our countries, our world, and this is how I look at that. You see, more freedom. It doesn't mean, you see, the weak chaos, but more opportunities for others, and especially in Africa. So this is something what I wanted to say with you, with my experience as a missionary in Africa, and from my experience as a moral theologian, for whom, you see, the field of free market economy. This is my interest.
Okay, Father, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Zoltan, spoke about not to give a fish, but to teach how to pick up a fish, right? And in fact, you were hesitating, to, use the word the help. You were hesitating to say that, but in fact, in your speech, you indicated many, proposals for helping, which I like very much in that point you spoke about lifting up the border tariffs, so to free up the trade. This is the help. So you were very concrete in your speech, saying how to help. But help, you indicated for the help, which is not a giving a fish, but teaching picking a fish. So anyway, this is a help. So this is a help which in the long term gives both sides added value. I like really much indeed, very well that. So you referred to Milton Friedman. He said about the wealthy and closed borders. So the Friedman paradigms are not anymore valid. We are nowadays in a new age, in new paradigms, which we need to speak about the socio-economic solidarity. Socio-economic solidarity doesn't mean, the socialism. This means a new concept, a new model, which, for instance, you reflected how it is socio-economic solidarity can work in relationship with Africa. This example of lifting up the tariffs is a very good example, and many others you delivered in that point. We should remember we are in a time where, as well in Europe, the France. People in France, in many countries, they would like a different, model of the economy and the social and the economic model. They like the socio-economic solidarity, where there is not a neoliberal approach, because neoliberal, model is less efficient than the solidar approach. So this is thank you very much, Father, because you delivered that type of considerations which are giving a new light to that today, to our debate. So now I would ask, to get the floor, Dr. Ewa Sałkiewicz, the Excellency, the former ambassador and the Holy See. So Dr. be so kind to get the floor, and we listen to you.
Yes, good afternoon. Since I had two different subjects to speak with, so it's still actual about why EU is not effective in defending the borders, or about COVID Africa. What should I talk about?
Yeah, you should decide,
No, maybe in both, but especially about this, why EU is not effective in defending the borders, since we talked for the last time. It's okay or not?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, here what we are talking about, it's everyone present its point of view, and of course later we will take maybe the conclusions. So maybe I will start from the end and after we will discuss later on if there is a time. Because when I was preparing this presentation, I conclude some points. First of all, that the question of defending the borders, whatever it is, against COVID or against immigration, it's a political issue connected with human rights. This is the first statement. Of course, some people can disagree and we can discuss about it. The second one is border control is not effective. Why? Because there are too much regulations. And I would like to speak later on about the Frontex, which is an agency for securing the borders. The third one is, it's very important questions if you are talking within the framework of Schuman, Robert Schuman, who of course was a very good Christian Catholic. No core values, such as protection of children and women, when the terrorism is concerned. Later we can discuss about that. Fourth point, illegal immigration has an economic issue, not only human rights protections. Those two elements are mixed very often during our discussion. The fifth statement, conclusion, mine is, who controls the borders when is a danger of pandemic, health issues? So, of course, this is another issue within the EU, for example. The sixth one, what somebody mentioned already before, no solidarity in vaccines distributions. The seventh point, nations must reassume control of their borders in order to protect the health and safety of their populations in this exceptional situation. The eighth conclusions, the same refers to illegal immigrants and potential terrorists. And the ninth point is, a coordinated policy is in fact preferable to an uniform policy. Member states' responses to the same crisis vary greatly because the outbreak is different in each country. It depends on the degree of infection, hospital capacity, etc. There are even regional differences within individual member states. For example, sections of the border in Germany were closed between Baden-Württemberg and Alsace, while other remains open between North Rhine-Westphalia and Belgium, for example. Now, what I like very much, and I would like to mention what Justina just said, 2 points. First, mention the ICC, because I was dealing with the ICC jurisprudence because I am a lawyer. And it's in fact very true that this ICC normally, when it treats about the human rights and crimes against humanity, etc., mostly this is about the African people who are accused of those crimes. But of course, there are not many others, except maybe one or two from former Yugoslavia, if I remember well. The second thing, what I would like to mention relating to Africa is what she rightly said, that we, of course, some Western European countries who in the past were responsible and, of course, really were colonialists of Africa, like, for example, Congo, Belgium. So till now, they didn't forgive, they didn't ask for forgiveness about making such a figure like King Leopold, who killed so many people and committed genocide, in fact, and they didn't condemned for that reason. So this is one example. The second example, of course, is about French activity in Algeria that many people know, and even the father of the Genocide Convention, Raphael Lemkin, who was preparing the history of genocide, but he couldn't finish because he died prematurely at the age of 59. So he also mentioned in the notes prepared for that book, which I have found, and of course many people know who were making research about the genocide, that this is a question of, let's say, asking for forgiveness. Like there were many countries on the continent of America, North America, and for example in Jamaica, which asked for forgiveness, or from Canada, but it never happened towards the Africa. Now, as we are talking about the Christian value, because here many people were said about Christian value. So I would like to mention what in previous 3 weeks ago seminar and now in this debate, Father Polycarp said that, of course, here, what was the effect of the COVID? That we were complaining, and we were very sad that we cannot go for coffee, that we cannot go to gym, etc. While at the same time, the people were dying in Africa from hunger because everything was closed. They had no job to do, like Father Polycarp said, in his country. So, of course, they had no money and nobody could help them. Of course, I doubt if they had an internet connection like we have here, that they could do something via internet. And the people simply were dying. So to die from hunger, comparing to somebody not being able to go for holiday in other country for summer, is, I think, a big difference. So where are these Christian values? We should establish the relation with Africa on the equal basis. What does it mean? There are 1.37 billion of people in Africa, which corresponds to 16.72% of the world population. So, and how many Christians are there? How many Catholics? In Africa, it grown in the year 1900 from 140 million people to 158 million in 2009. And of course, this is the continent that our Pope John Paul II said, this is the future, this is like a young sister of the Christianity, of Catholicism, and we should help those people to be our, let's say, friends, but on the equal basis, not to tell them what they have to do. Now, if we are saying not to say what they have to do, so we were talking about the Cotonou 2.0. It means the new agreement with Africa. I don't know if some of you have read this document, which is, of course, long comparing to Lisbon Treaty, maybe not so long, but it's long because 187 pages. But having in mind that this is the multilateral treaty between 27 European members, but more than 79 countries, because it's not only Africa, it's not Organization of African States, but also Caribbean and Pacific states. It means OASCPS, the formerly ACP. So imagine if here in Europe, to prepare or to amend or to renegotiate the new treaty between 27 European countries, we have problems. Moreover, imagine 27 plus 79. But anyhow, this so-called Cotonou 2.0 was signed, not yet ratified, of course, because the older one was prolonged, valid until the end of November of this year. But I found in this Article 40 of this new Cotonou Agreement that in this agreement, the principles of Beijing Declaration from 95 has been accepted. And of course, the Beijing Agreement accepted the Cairo Agreement from a year ago, 1994. So can you imagine how it is comparing to the Christian value, as we know, which was the position of the Holy See and Pope John Paul II to the Cairo Agreement. I have mentioned and written about that in my book about the Holy See, Vatican diplomacy. So we should take this into consideration, because we are saying what one has to do, but we are imposing something which is contrary to the Christian values. So of course, how it can be done? It is impossible to treat in that way and after say that we are equal. Now about the immigration. Immigration, we know, I believe, has nothing to do with human rights. It has to do with the economic rights. Why? If these people have the same level of life in their own country, for sure they would never expose themselves a danger to go to Europe or other country because they want to be there. Of course not. Only because they don't have a normal life in their own countries. And we cannot say to those countries, the democracy is this and that, because it would be like the Western European countries were treating us before adhering to the EU, saying us what to do, and even now teaching us what we have to do or not to do with our legal system, because otherwise it will be connected with the Article 7, not giving us money for development and so on. So this is absolutely absurd, and we should not accept that. Of course, what does it mean that in this Cotonou agreement there is a new approach of 3+1 structure? So it means that there are those three partners, African countries, Caribbean and Pacific states, plus one country which is interested about some particular agreement. But can you imagine, those countries are completely different, and there is a different opportunity for different countries, and it creates a lot of problems. It's not what I am saying, but I read some of the representatives of African countries which were negotiating this Cotonou 2.0 agreement, which says that, of course, they don't see which kind of differences is between, let's say, North Africa and South of Africa. Moreover, other countries together with it, Caribbean and Pacific states, because this is like to compare Monaco with the United States, for example, about how big those countries are. So this is absolutely absurd. And moreover, we are talking about the pandemic, that of course, pandemic, it was, which kind of help we gave to Africa with the vaccine, for example? None. We could not even help Italy at the beginning when it started. But it's not to criticize, because to criticize everything, it would be destructive. We have to take some positive approach and not to make the same errors, mistake we would not like to be treated like. So we should to treat, let's say, the business with Africa. It's not only is economy stupid, but this is about the human lives too. As I'm saying, if the people in Africa, some countries, they are really poor, although they have a lot of natural resources, if they have a possibility to live on a normal level with their families, they would never flee the country and go to Europe. For what? If they have a possibility there. So that is why I think it's a good approach of Polish government to help the people in need in their own countries, not to open the borders and accept all who wants to come, immigrants, and after there is a problem like we see France or Germany. It is not to accuse us that we want to close the borders. Of course not. If there is the same level of life in the whole countries of the world, which would be a paradise on earth, which is not. So nobody would like to go to camp because would be free to go wherever they want. But this is a question that there is a different economic life. And for us, it is important, if you are talking about the Christian values, Africa is important because of that. Not that they have the, of course, human resources, because it's a new continent, that they have the, their own diamonds and natural resources and so on, because in that case we have to talk about what is priority. If we say that it's economy stupid and it's only about business, okay, we are going to no way return, and it has nothing to do with Robert Schuman, in my opinion. But if we are for the human values, Christian values, we should really pay attention and cooperate on the equal foot with Africa, because of also of this shared Christian values with what they have too. And this is not possible to say you must do that, you have to do that, because this is like a dictatorship. And we don't want to be treated like that, so we shouldn't treat them. Also, I would make one small comment about China wanted to be so much cooperating with Africa, because of course, if we don't speak what it is about, it's about money. So maybe 20 years ago, I would be very much naive and saying it's a good deal, they want to help. No, they don't want to help. They want to help themselves, and they want to have an economic benefits from it. So that is why better to pay attention to it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. So you highlighted the issue of the increasing differences in the West. Since 2 or 3 decades, we observed that, the value added profits or value added in a global economy is which contribute to that value added, everyone is shared, is transferred to the 4% of the population. And these differences are increasing. You touch very important point, these agreements, right? Europe, Africa, and this is, kind of a devil agreement, right? No. This was signed by so-called the Christians, but with a pen of a devil, right? Yeah, exactly. So pen of devil, why I am talking about that, because we observe it's like many Christians are 1 hour in the church, pray 1 hour over the week, and 160 hours they serve the devil. Yes. So they do not have any to do with implementation of the Christian values. This example you presented, the agreement is the instrument where the Christians have to implement these values. And I as well ask, for members of the many national parliaments. So, for instance, parliaments in Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, many Christian countries. I ask, do you ask at the very end if this, law you assume basically is ties back to the basically Christian principles? When you ask the question if this ties back to the law of the European Union, or if in the Brussels they will be happy that you pass this law. Yeah. This is a great example you did. So we should, basically, and this is related to this such of agreements are just their purpose, their goal is to keep these differences. Yeah. So as the father Gniadek said, the freedman, they believe in the freedman still, because they say, yeah, we need to pass the agreement so that to keep our wealth. So Germany, for instance, the Germany, so the German government, they are fighting against Poland. Why? Because they see the Polish economy became more competitive and is going soon probably to be equal in the economic potential to the German one. So we have many proofs which are, going around in Europe. And as well, yes, if when you die, you pick up with you nothing, passing over, right? You get nothing, going anywhere, to the heaven or to the hell, right?
Yeah.
So this game, we say as economists, this in economy, the game is with a zero basically value added. So this is only, I mean, if we assume any value we have on the globe, the value in Africa of the raw materials, the value in Europe. So this value is just the same over the entire, I mean, up to the end of the life on the earth. So this is only the game who is, picking up more of that lands, more of that raw materials, coals, minings, and so on and so on. And that's what you presented. Thank you very much in this agreement. This is the instrument to keep some parties, at the ground, and others, to keep they wealthy. That's very sad. That's really we should have in mind. So, Professor Pablo de la Fuente, right? You are with us, right, Professor? Be so kind to comment. Switch on your camera. We like to see you, right? Yeah, thank you very much indeed, and we love your comments, and we would appreciate, some comments on that, what you had up to now, or put some additional one. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yes, for my exposition today, in order to answer the question that you sent me, I prepared a presentation, and tell me if he's able to see, because, wait. Wait.
Not yet.
No?
No, not yet. Now we see that. Yeah, very well.
Very well. Well, today I will talk about the question that you sent me, and first of all, I must congratulate you because.
So, excuse me, Professor. Excuse me. The question I sent to the professor was following: may and how the destructive ideologies in the European Union impact the Africa? Go ahead.
Yes, I repeat that I must congratulate you because this day I think is the ideal day. This day of African hot is the ideal day for this meeting. In my classes in the university, when I talk about the Euro-African relationships, always I said that the next between nowadays, the next between Europe and Africa is starting by the bad boys in Europe. I don't use the word bad boys. I use another word, and my students like and I understand easily. And the bad boys of Africa. The most outstanding sample of this, of the bad boys of Africa and the bad boys of Europe, I think, is the relationship between Valéry Giscard d'Estaing and Jean Bedel Bokassa. I think this is the top one of this relationship in bad boys, with the problem that Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, we don't forget that he is the father of the project of the European Constitution. Well, what is nowadays the behavior of the European Union respect Africa? Well, is the interest of France. Well, I explained you the relationship between Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, the father of this new Europe, the writer of the project of the Constitution, and a corrupt and a bad politician who accept the diamonds of a bloody dictator like Jean Bedel Bokassa, with a crazy and a cannibal dictator who has the dream to be Napoleon Bonaparte. Well, this is the friends of Miss Giscard that perhaps Europe doesn't know. And well, from the period that Valéry Giscard was president of France, France continued a policy of create a new colonial empire in Africa, and a better colonial empire, because during the colonial period ended with the independence of Algeria in 1963. Well, France has the shame to have this empire. Now the empire is higher, because nowadays the riches of France depends on a good part in this exploitation of Africa. In this aspect, I am very pessimistic in order to talk about help Africa or the rise of Africa. In Europe, there are geopolitical actors like France that are agree in order to support this status and also go away in this status. Nowadays, the people like Bill Gates or the French are in the idea to empty Africa. It's something with some relationship with the migration crisis, but I think now I show you in the next. Do you see the maps? Do you see the maps? Because I'm not able to see you because I'm watching my.
We see maps. Yes.
Yes, this is the France didn't end the colonialism in Africa. Nowadays, the French Empire is stronger than in the 60s. In the right side, you see the new the area of the CFA franc. Nowadays, France use the euro, but the French francs, well, something called CFA is using in Africa. And it's like the Carrefour offers, 2 francs for the price of 1. You know, we have the East and the Central franc, but there are a common currency between them. Is the new nowadays the French Empire in Africa is not with the euro, but with this franc CFA. And also compare the map in the right side, the implementation of the franc CFA with on the left side the map of the French military bases in Africa. An authentical shame. You know, there are a correspondence between the franc CFA and the military establishment in Africa. Nowadays, France lives of the exploitation of Africa. And I'm very pessimistic because France is one of the main actors of the European Union, and France is not for helping Africa or nothing like that. France is for helping people like the Bokasas that nowadays rule in Africa, and thank you very much. Let me talk about nowadays, because nowadays said that we have a migratory problem, and in order to act inside is the French military mission in Mali. This is a story for kids, but no more than that. Because France has a direct interest in Mali. It's not prevent the waves of immigration to Europe. That is false. Nowadays, the practically all electricity produced in France came from the nuclear plants in France, and not only that, in Spain, my country, where we are a little bit stupid because we are ecologists and against the nuclear energy. The result is that we buy an important rate of our energy from the French nuclear complex. And for example, Areva is this national industry dedicated to the production of nuclear energy, has a mine, has a mine in Arlit. Watch the map, the third map in Niger. Nowadays, the French nuclear complex depend on the uranium mines in all this region. This is the story of Al Qaeda, fight against Al Qaeda, or control the ways of immigration is a tale for kids. Is control the uranium and the same policy that the United States do in Latin America. When President Roosevelt talked about Somoza, some of his counselors said, but Mr. President, what are you doing? Mr. Somoza is a son of the beach. And President Roosevelt said, yes, he's a son of beach, but he's our son of beach. Well, nowadays, friends maintain some, I don't want to repeat the word, but this kind of characters in all the region. And this is the truth of the story. Another thing is the way of immigration. Well, in my last debate, I leave you because I go to Africa, to the Canary Islands. And there the situation is critical. A lot of people of Africa use the Canary Islands as port of entrance in Europe, not only in Spain. The most part of the illegal immigrants that use navigating from Morocco or the Western Sahara or Senegal, this way of illegal entrance. After that, they are first of all, nowadays there are no tourists in the Canary Island, and the hotels are occupied by these immigrants. And nowadays the policy is send these immigrants to the rest of Europe. Think about that question. Now, our mission, the mission of France and other countries like Spain, the military mission in Mali, is fighting against Al Qaeda and also create state structures like police in order to control the territory. This is absolutely false. I remember a few years ago, nowadays, one of the problems is the navigation of the Strait of Gibraltar. Morocco has not capability in order to control the borders, and they invade the northern cities, the Spanish cities of Ceuta and Melilla. This is false. I remember a few years ago, the king of Morocco, Mohammed VI, has in holidays in the Mediterranean, navigating in his yacht from the coast of Tangier to Al Hoceima, the Mediterranean coast of Morocco. The Moroccan Navy control the waters, and there are no problems with immigration. The question nowadays of that is that France has not any interest in order to lose a partner like King of Morocco, and that's all. That's the main question. This is perhaps in my second intervention, I will detail some points, but let me also speak you about not only the geopolitics of the region, but also my feeling as teacher of African students. I think that the globalist and the European Union is experiment has an important interest in order to empty Africa, achieve his population and achieve his raw materials. This is, but also the Africans are a little bit guilty, and let me explain why. Because, for example, between my students, now they are students of university. If they finish, if they achieve, these students, he can back to his countries and has be officials of the administration, be teachers, and they don't want to come back to Africa. They prefer work in Europe, frying French fries in a McDonald's that, I don't know, be a director of a school. And for me, is the most important problem, because in the geopolitical war, there are these characters like Bokassa. But at the moment that the people doesn't want to come back to his country, for me, the real problem. And if imagine nowadays the immigrants who came to Europe, there are young people in military age and who has, well, they are strong, and also they get money in his country in order to pay this illegal trip. And we must think that more or less there are a little elite of this Africa. Africa is losing his people, and for me this is the tragedy. And also today is 10th July 2021, and I don't understand why the International Court don't arrest Bill Gates and send him to prison. We must remember that the shame campaigns of vaccination, that in the formula of the vaccine was against some diseases, but also was a campaign of sterilization in Africa. Nobody said anything about that. This is a genocide. I didn't listen nothing about why nowadays Bill Gates and his stupid ideas are not in prison. Because this is a crime. Okay, yes. and this is all my intervention in this. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very concrete, intervention, many concrete topics. And now I would like to ask, Professor David Reichert, what type of walls European Union build with Africa and how it should be prevented? And if you would like, David, to refer a little bit to that point highlighted by Zoltan about the, America immigration, to America, and how America is profiting out of that, or this is a profit or moral issue. So go ahead, David.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah, I think I have in my talk also a little bit about that touches on that point. So my topic for our debate what are the walls that are preventing greater European Union African cooperation? What are the walls, and how may these walls be diminished? How can we bring them down, some of these walls? Well, first of all, I'd like to start with the point that we know that a common foreign policy is one of the most challenging sides of the European Union policy making. Structurally, it's the biggest wall to a common foreign policy, and those are the member states themselves, whose interests are not always the same and whose approval is necessary for all moves in the foreign policy and trade areas. For example, it's not always clear whether France, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, four countries with great proximity and cultural ties and interests in Africa, whether their interests are the same as Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, countries that don't exactly have the same intensity of interests in Africa. So one idea to knock down the walls between an EU policy on Africa is for the European Union to drop the old paternalistic kind of Africa policy of donor aid and recipient, and to look more deeply into the real interests that Africa and all EU member states can agree on. Now, aside from COVID, there are primarily two such interests that I can think of. The first one is migration, which we've been talking about, and the second one is trade in the context of China with Africa. So first, regarding migration, the last few years have clearly shown that migration to Europe affects all the EU member states. right? Some more, some less, okay, but all of them really are affected in some way, either short-term or long-term. Obviously, some states have a real interest in leading the way on a migration policy for the European Union, making a better rules regime, you know, for migration, for example. So this idea is really something that should unite the member states, the kind of having a migration policy. And it's really up to the European Commission to try to motivate and to help the member states to realize their common interests. You know, from my perspective, one of the big problems of the European Commission is that it often preaches, but it doesn't really lead. Now, what does it mean to lead? Well, leading means helping your followers to realize their common interests. That's what leading really is. It's not preaching like you must do this and you will do this, but to get people to understand their common interest. And this is something that I think the Commission has really failed. I think for an Africa policy, the EU Commission must work a lot harder to help the member states to realize the common interests in Africa that they do have already, and that starts with the migration issue. Now, in addition to the migration issue as an interest, the EU should also work harder, the European Commission, to help the member states, to motivate them on migration as a value. And I think that's what you were alluding to earlier about migration as a value. Now, what does that mean? Well, this means assisting people and the leaders of the member states to realize that they have a Christian duty. I mean, come on, EU countries are primarily Christian countries, and if they want to highlight the mantle of Christianity, which many of them do, they've got to really show it, and certainly that they have to be motivated in that regard. And so therefore, in the values of all EU countries to help those who are in emergency situations and who are making that perilous trip from Africa's coastal regions to Europe. The EU, in my opinion, should really be ashamed of its response in the past years, allowing thousands of human lives to be lost in the seas, making that dangerous journey from the African coastlines. I mean, it's almost akin to closing the eyes to Jewish persecution in the 1930s and 40s. I mean, we have all read about this human tragedy, and we've seen the images on television of so many people needlessly dying in the seas between African coastline and Europe, the shores of Europe. But how many member states or the European Commission really got involved to help in any big way? Now, so I believe, you know, in this values sense, in this Christian sense, if the Commission really wants to lead, it must remind member states of their Christian duty in this regard. Now, this is going to be really difficult, since the Commission and the European Union has consistently denied the Christian roots of European integration. So this is going to be a problem. And I think that, but by highlighting this problem, by showcasing it, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to the European Union. Okay, second, migration is one issue where common interests and common values of the member states can come together on an Africa policy. Second, I would say renewed trade with Africa is an area from which all member states can benefit. Africa, in my opinion, is the logical region for expanded EU trade because of its size and its proximity to Europe. Africa is like Latin America for the United States, a perfect place for trade. But just as the United States has greatly changed the trade relationship with Latin America, making it much more equal and fair than in the past, the European Union must venture into new trade relationships with Africa on a more equal basis, not a superior one, if they're going to gain the trust of African countries. Now, of course, Africa is mineral and oil rich, and all EU member states can benefit from this. It's in the interests of all the member states. But trade should not only be thought of in terms of primary products heading toward Europe, but secondary products, manufactured goods produced by African countries for the European market. And because of the political situation now with China, a pivot by Europe from trade with Asia to trade with Africa makes a lot of logical sense. In fact, isolating China should be a rallying point around which EU member states coalesce in their interests. China has been identified by two American presidential administrations, one Republican, one Democrat, as a non-democratic dictatorial state that regularly and grossly violates human rights and is a security threat to the entire world. So what are we doing by allowing China to just run through Africa without offering Africa an alternative, a trade alternative? So it's in the interest not only of the United States, but of the European states and the European Union to make sure that China does not gain a greater economic foothold in the world, starting with Africa. Now, we all know that China has begun this so-called Belt and Road Initiative in Africa. Now, presently, and I had to check this on the internet before our meeting today, presently, and many of you, if you don't know this, you won't believe it, there are 40 sub-Saharan African countries already associated with China's Belt and Road. You heard it correctly, 40 sub-Saharan African countries already in Belt and Road. Only 5 African countries have resisted signing a Belt and Road Memorandum of Understanding so far. Many Africans originally appreciated China's willingness to invest because the Europeans were not doing it. But the true motives behind Belt and Road are now increasingly being questioned by many Africans. They are increasingly realizing that the initiative of Belt and Road is not simply soft economic policy. Increasing number of Africans see that Chinese decisions regarding project selection, design of projects, selection of workers, the financing, these are all things that are in the interests of either the Chinese or the political elite in Africa. Also, the debt and financing terms between African governments and the Chinese government are particularly dubious. At present, the countries in Africa with the largest Chinese debt, according to my latest statistics, Angola, 25 billion in debt to China, Ethiopia, my colleague Getnet, I'm sure maybe he knows more about this than I, 13.5 billion in debt to China, Zambia, 7.4 billion in debt to China, Republic of Congo, 7.3 billion, and the Sudan, 6.4 billion. Also, Chinese government-owned lending agencies do not disclose the terms of their lending to African countries. This is in contrast with loans made to China by, for example, the IMF, the World Bank, the African Development Bank. All of those loans are completely transparent, but the Chinese loans not generally. So in conclusion, it is late in the game for the European Union to quickly turn the situation around, but it's not too late. The waking up of some African policymakers to the many negative sides of Belt and Road could be a window of opportunity for the European Union, offering African countries an alternative to Belt and Road and promoting a new trade agreement, new trade agreements that are more transparent and based more on equality. That would be a very attractive alternative. Now, the planned summit meeting, and they're talking about this summit for a while now, but a planned summit meeting between the European Union and the African Union with the so-called strategic partnership proposal. This would be a great place to start such consideration. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the rest of our conference.
Yeah, David, thank you very much indeed for very clear, analysis, especially referring to the China interest on this basically issues going around in Africa. And just to all speakers, before we go to the final round is going to have for all speakers just a few minutes for the final talk, final response to some other speakers. We have our last speaker who didn't have opportunity to talk is Dr. Egidijus Vareikis from Lithuania, and who is basically expert at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Lithuania. Dr. Vareikis, are you with us? Hello? Dr. Vareikis? Okay, so Dr. Vareikis.
Yes.
Are you with us? Could you switch on your camera, please? Thank you very much indeed.
Yes.
So you are.
Yes.
Thank you. I know you are around at that time. You promised, to come for your speech. You are a last speaker, and then we get the final round, giving a voice short time for all speakers to finish our debate. So, Dr. Vareikis, be so kind, to reflect your thoughts on the topic we discussed today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear guests, I have to say what looks what I am quite familiar with African continent, being the member of parliament and being involved in the European institutions for almost 15 years. I was a member of so-called Association of European Parliamentarians for Africa, and even for 10 years I was the vice president of this organization. Of course, for many people in my country, it was very funny. Why Lithuanian parliamentarian is vice chairman of African affairs? In Lithuania, Africa looks funny. If I would be French or British parliamentarian, it would look very natural, but Lithuania, which has never kind of colonial interest in Africa, is interested in it. So for me, it was really very interesting, and it's still interesting. And I have to say, what besides my official capacities, I was visiting many African countries, and mostly as the European parliamentarian was teaching Africans how to live in democracy and market economy. But besides that, I really loved the informal meetings, the coffee breaks, and really talks with African politicians and civic society, what they really think about their continent and about the global affairs. Because generally what we think, generally we Europeans think that Africa is the problem, Africa is exotic, always we are going to Africa to ask how to help them to survive, and generally in our understanding, I'm not saying within my personal, but in general, if you ask people on the street in Lithuania what is Africa, generally the answer will be that it's something very problematic, it's something very exotic. Nobody is saying what Africa is the happy place to live. It's very interesting. All the time I was in Africa, I was asking people, I was asking Africans how to make Africa happy. This looks maybe very simple question, but the answer is very difficult, because always the answer was we don't know. We do not feel happy, and we don't know. Why Africans do not feel happy? Generally, people, they're saying to me, look to the, for example, Human Development Report. Among 190 countries, African countries are generally in the last position, in the last quarter. I like this. I have to say personally, I like Human Development Report because my country is very high. Oh, Lithuania is among the best developed countries. But when I see why Africa is so low on that list, and I realize that not because of Africa, the list is stupid. List is stupid because the Human Development Report is prepared according to the standards of European countries. So how developed you are in comparison of European countries. There are some criteria that Africa will never fulfill and no need to fulfill. No. And my personal experience is really what Africa is not happy, because Africa really has not its own idea what the happiness is. There are many plans in Africa. Personally, I'm interested in the long-term forecasts. I have the report Africa 2060, but there's really no clear idea what Africa wants. And in many instances, I agree with Mr. Jacek Gnadek, who says that we are doing really not the real things with Africa. And if you remember African history, Africa it's still not itself. You know, for a few centuries, they have the colonial system, which was not African system. Later, I remember the times of Soviet Union. Soviet Union tried to build some socialism in Africa, but really not for Africans, but for Soviet Union to fight the Cold War. And when African countries when African societies became independent countries after colonialism, what we really proposed, or what we really did with Africa, we advised him to build the so-called Westphalian type states, Westphalian type nation states. Is it good for African societies? I am not sure. Africans always saying what it's stupid what they're building with Westphalian states, but it was agreed. The colonial administration became the independent state, and still they are. Now what we have, we are teaching Africans how to live in liberal democracy and market economy and human rights invented by Europeans and the Americans. And my question always was, is it really the African wish or African idea to live in this liberal democracy and human rights? We're saying yes, because it's universal, but I'm not sure it's universal. You know, I have to say, once I have the talk with a high-ranking Namibian politician, and he said, you know, Egidius, it looks very stupid. You are coming from Europe, from European Union. We Africans look to European Union as a paradise, yes? You have everything. You have possibilities to do many things. But what we see, you are the most fastest dying community. And you are dying on your own will. You don't know how to have children. You don't know how to educate families. You don't know how to create society. So is really Africa stupid and Europe clever? Not necessary. Not necessary. But the main idea is what we are pushing Africa to build our European life. And you know, can you imagine? I see here young people in front of me. You know, when I'm talking with young people, for example, in a country called Malawi, and the young man who is quite educated is saying, if I will live in this country according to the world rules and order, I don't know what, and maybe in the next 50 years my country will be maybe not the last in the Human Development Report, but in the last quarter. So it's no chances for me to live, you know, in well advanced countries. So what I have to do, I simply want to go to emigrate maybe to Western Europe. So if we are living according to these rules, what we really impose Africans to do, we always are saying what Africa needs help, what Africa is behind, what Africa is some backward country, but it's because, you know, we are we're imposing them our European standards. And I'm joking. What is the Human Development Report where Africa is very low, but it's the list of good singers, and Africans are not singers, they are dancers, and they are occupying last places in the list of singers. So if you will create list of dancers, you will see that maybe Africans are in the first places. So this is really why Africa sometimes looks not very good for us. But my question is back again. Really, I don't know myself. What is the real idea? What Africans need to feel happy and not to always to catch up these European countries? maybe it's not necessary. I personally, Mr. Krishak knows, I'm never saying that liberal democracy is the eternal universal solution, but market economy is the universal eternal solution. So we need to invent something what is not invented before. Of course, I understand why Africans are now cooperating with China, because China is making business. Mr. Gnadek was very right, saying that Europeans like me are going to Africa to teach them how to live. Chinese are going to Africa to make business, and they are more successful when we are. So, but with business with China is a short-term project. It will also is not the happiness. Africans they are not saying about China, but China is something beautiful. But at least China is giving money and investment and not asking us, to create liberal democracy or implement human rights, what does not look human rights sometimes for Africans. For example, different sexual rights, and so Chinese looks in the eyes of Africans sometimes more clever and more pragmatic than Europeans are. So if what we have to do, I want to finish maybe. So I am working now with the different ideas, long-term forecasting for Europe, for some, let's say, Balkan countries, but I still have the question without answer. What really has to happen for Africans to feel happy? Not to think always about what they are backward. They need to reestablish trade. They need to produce GDP, because if you are not producing GDP, you are not happy. I personally do not believe in the happiness of GDP, but really, my question here, especially for Africans, is help me to understand what are the roots of African happiness. I have the feeling that now these roots, market economy and liberal democracy, are not the roots of happiness. So this is why I'm saying, we are here in Europe creating the 3C initiatives. Yes, Trimarium, Mr. Krishak. Trimarium. Countries from Baltic Sea to Adriatic Sea and the Black Sea are trying to create something very interesting geopolitically. What the American geopolitical guru George Friedman is saying, what is the future in Europe? So this is what is the African future? What interesting things that we don't know has to happen to be happy? Because this I understand what Africans do not need always the financial help. The financial help is help to be like us. But you are different, and you have to have your own idea of happiness. So I'm sorry to be as philosophical. Of course, I have a lot of numbers and data, but my question is about happiness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So just think you are an influential person. So think about, to create some certain team. We can develop some certain group and continuous work called, Trimarium, Schuman, and Africa, and just to systematically organize some meetings, some projects, some things, not just like in the European Union in Brussels. They just meet once a year, if you would like to be efficient, right, you need to work systematically on something, right? If you would like to build a relationship with your wife, if you would like to love her, so it's not enough to meet her one time in month or one time in a year, right? So this is a very important challenge. You would like to respond, Sam, right?
Yes, my wife and me, we live already together for 40 years, and I'm saying what she, of course, she's completely a bad financial project. She's not producing GDP. She's completely bad financial project, but she's a beautiful spiritual project. So, so for happiness, finances are not necessary in the first place.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. So I'm going, Wojtek, are you ready? I would like, to show you some spot now. Okay. No, just they are going to prepare some spots. I will show you later on. Now, we approach a final step in our debate. So because we have so many great speakers, I can dedicate no more than 5 minutes. So 3 to 5 minutes. So if somebody will save a time, so we will have some additional one. But to respect all speakers, I just put that time limit because of technical, conditions. We have broadcasting to different media in Poland and Europe, so we need to finish definitely before 8 p.m. So first, I ask to speak Dr. Justyna Mutale. If you would like to respond and refer to the previous speeches, please.
Thank you very much. I could take days responding to what I've just heard, but I just wanted to say that once I attended an international diplomatic conference and one speaker stood up and said, the modern world is run on three cultures. And he said that Asia runs on the culture of hope, and the Middle East runs on the culture of shame, and the West ran on the culture of fear and insecurity. There was no mention of Africa. Now I see each time I sit on international panels, I realize just how little people know about Africa, how they have just read about Africa in books and do not know exactly what happens on the ground. But I'm gonna go now to the points. To the last speaker, he asked what can make Africa happy. Well, we are already in the globalized world where we are also trying to do the European political system, liberal democracy, liberal democracy, fighting for GDPs, market economy, and all of that. All we need to be happy. Actually, in the normal way, Africans are one of the happiest people, but all we need to be happy is fair play. It's fair play and not to be taken advantage of. Now, on the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, none of the countries, not even the model of operation of the Chinese in Africa is no different from the mode of operation that the Western world did. Everybody takes away from Africa, no one gives to us. And I want to also touch on the thing of while we keep talking about the Holocaust and sympathizing with the Jews and everything, to some extent, people praise those that allow Africans to die on the sea. All those are double standards. Talking about bad boys of Europe and the bad boys of Africa, Emperor, I did say last time that we were taught corruption. We've got no equivalent word for corruption in Africa. This was taught to us. And this was the best example when Professor Pablo gave of the bad boys of Europe and bad boys of Africa, because this bad boy of Europe was corrupting this bad boy of Africa, Emperor Bokassa. And also, I just want to go back to those people who keep saying colonization ended a long time ago. We can't keep blaming why Africa is behind due to colonization. We have seen when Professor Pablo spoke about the French, how they've still got a stronghold on those Francophone countries that they had colonized. They still take their money. Their money is controlled by the French banks. And also they have to use a French currency. The money has to be guaranteed by the French treasury. So it hasn't ended. And how do you expect those Francophone countries to develop if their money is always being taken away by the French? being banked in the French banks. And if they need to take that money, they have to borrow it, borrowing your own money and paying 65% interest. How can they then develop? That is on one point. And on what Dr. Ewa said, of course, immigration is both an economic right and a human right. And you see, Africa is not just one country, it's different countries. When you look at the people that come swimming to Europe, you will not find a Zambian. I am from Zambia. You will not find a Zambian. You will not find somebody from South Africa, Malawi, Kenya, from Southern and Eastern Africa. No, it's those people that are coming from war-torn countries. And we must decide what the difference is between a refugee and a migrant, because most of these people that you consider migrants are actually refugees running from war that is propagated and helped by European countries. Just like it happened when the European countries were running away after the war to go to America. It's the same thing that is happening now when Africans are trying to migrate to Europe, running away from war. Most of them are refugees. Any economic migrant will be like me, who will come on an aeroplane. They'll come on an aeroplane and even bring money into Europe. Yes. So the other thing is, you said something about Christians signing something but using the pen of the devil. When you talk about handling people with Christianity, when the colonizers came to Africa, they were Christian. They carried the Bible in one hand and a gun in the other hand. And they did all the things that they shouldn't do in the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet your friend's wife and all that. Somebody said, as they told us to pray, we closed our eyes, they took our land. They stole our land, they raped our women, they even raped our boys, they killed us. If you didn't agree to them, they killed you. At some point, somebody wants to say, oh, but why did Africans allow to be colonized? They had the guns, we had the spears, we couldn't compete with those guns. Up to today, no African country is a nuclear power. South Africa was a nuclear power until it got independent. It couldn't continue with its nuclear program. So we are still at a disadvantage. At the global governance, like I said, at the United Nations, we've got no veto power. We are not in the 5 permanent members of the Security Council that decide when to go to war and who to go and attack. So we are at their peril. We are at their mercy. And also, I already talked about all those international, the World Bank, the IMF and everything. There's no African there at the high-level decision-making table. So to some extent, the colonization is still going on. It's only being done in a very different way. And about operating the same as the Chinese, there is all these tax havens that belong to Western countries who steal money out of Africa through the back door, through the tax dodging, taking money out of the economies of Africa. This money that is stolen by tax dodging by multinationals from Western countries, if it stayed in Africa, we would be able to look up our children. They wouldn't be able to be swimming. There wouldn't be any need for them to be swimming to Europe. But over 5 times of the little aid that we are given is stolen from us through tax dodging. So we came to a system which is in a way imposed on us because they came with guns. So we said, okay, we'll do this. We'll do liberal democracy and all the things you are telling us. We are still trying to learn. Remember, most African countries have only the oldest one, I think 60 years now, independent. Most of all these other European countries, the USA, the UK, have got over 200 years experience. We are still crawling, and you don't expect us to start running right at that point. We are still a baby, and what we are told, we think that is the way life is. Just like when you have a child, if it stands up and you tell it, okay, sit down, put this in your mouth, a child would do that because they don't know, they are not any wiser, they are still young. That is what is still happening in the political economy and all the entire political system and the trading system of the world. It is the same. Africa is still a baby and it doesn't even realize somebody is stealing its sweets. because the child doesn't know. When you take a sweet and eat it, it just thinks that it's for you to eat. It doesn't know that this person who's looking after you, your mother, if you leave a baby with a nanny and the nanny eats the baby's sweets, the baby doesn't realize the nanny is eating its sweets because it just thinks that's the way it's supposed to be. So this is what keeps happening with us in Africa. The issue of COVID-19 and saying that African scientists or doctors cannot make their own vaccine. Don't forget, we've got global governance, we've got regulations, patents and intellectual property rights. There's patenting and intellectual property rights and regulations on who should first you decide to make that vaccine. It has to go through so many processes and it has to be approved. Even during the time of HIV and AIDS, no African doctor was approved, even those who said they came up with formulas of what they could make to help people with HIV and AIDS, they were never approved, so we couldn't use it. So even with COVID, even if an African person made a vaccine today, it would take in fact, they're even fighting among themselves in the Western world. Just the other day, I saw that President Biden was considering deregulating it, but Boris Johnson said, no, let us keep it as the way it is. I think that is what I read on Twitter or heard on the news or somewhere there. So the issue of COVID-19 in Africa is just another issue. A lot of things are blamed on Africa, forgetting that they are people who pull the strings. We need to go to the core or see when did this start? How did this start? And how does it play about? Who pulls the spokes and which way do the spokes turn? Then we would understand where we are at. And yeah, I think that's where that's all I could go on and on dismantling a lot of things that have been said today, but I'm gonna leave time for other people to speak.
Thank you very much indeed, Justin. I fully agree with you. These guys who were just going in the colony time, just look at that, the Institute of Schuman Thought is organizing. Włodek puść to, włącz. So we organize, so-called the Easter Eve without borders. So the Polish family are inviting, the foreigners for Easter Eve, and the great students from Africa in Poland, they attended this spot, and I am, showing that for my students from Warsaw. Włodek, puść jeszcze raz, puść ze 2 razy, po 30 sekund. I am, showing that spot for my students from Warsaw School of Economics, and they are happy, and they are attending. They are just, engaged, basically challenge, to go into the relationship with their colleagues from not only from Africa, and a little bit responding to Dr. Vareikis, this is what we need and can to do. If our, students, our young people will be engaged in learning the culture, the people from Africa, this is what we can do. We can do very much indeed, So this understanding about the culture, about the Africa, will be very much indeed bigger and bigger. So this is a small project we are doing in Poland, and yes, that's we can expand as well to Lithuania, to Germany, to every country. This is some small step we can to do. Yes, Justin, you are right. These guys who were going to Africa and pick up people as slavers. They were not Christians. They pretended to be Christians. I am really, I am not hesitating to say that. Even they came with the Bible, and nobody will, basically explain me or try to clarify that it was differently, This were just, kind of business people oriented only on the cash and money. So Look, we just have a very short time, so the rest of the speakers, you have only 3 minutes, okay? So, Professor Tammene, 3 minutes, not more. Excuse me, but I have to keep that because of a technical reason. So, Professor Tammene, 3 minutes, be so kind to express your response.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me additional chance. I would like to insist on the point I made, and that is fair negotiation, fair negotiation, fair negotiation. We know that the African state is not very strong actor, but international relations today is functioning on the rule-based negotiated relations. So at least the African state as an actor, when it enters with the European Union or with any state, any actor. Here I am talking about African state because about 48 states of ACP are sub-Saharan African. So the big chunk is Africa. That is why. Otherwise, there are about 79, I remember. All these states, okay, who negotiate with the European Union should negotiate with strengths. They should negotiate with strengths and come to a certain conclusion by which their relationship is regulated. I would not insist that they should not have any relation. The relation should keep on, but they should show at least a kind of strong side in the negotiation in order to protect their interest. So that is, I think, one of the major points I would like to insist here. The other thing, my friend Dave Reichard, mentioned about China's presence in Ethiopia and many African countries. That's true. As far as the Ethiopian case is concerned, I'm not for a long time in Ethiopia, but from outside, I follow some of the developments. And there are many groups of Ethiopians who do not like the Chinese presence in Ethiopia. But I wouldn't say that it's not good that China is in Ethiopia or in Africa. As an actor, as an international actor, the presence is good, but the point is, it has to be governed by a certain rule, like I said to the European Union case. So if it's governed by a certain rule, and if it's beneficial for both sides, why not? So that's it. Now, most of the Ethiopians who appreciated the presence of China were saying that they don't attach conditions to the loans that they are supplying or giving to the elite, to the political elite in Ethiopia or to the country, okay? So because of this not attaching conditions, so that is, I think, why they are favored. But certain group of people are now opposing because of the loans. It's a lot because of the loans. So this has to be considered. And I wouldn't say they should not. The African states, to some extent, they have intellectuals and they know what's good and what's bad for them. And I would not say they should not negotiate with this or with that country. And they have to protect their interests. That's how it works in the international relations, in the international environment. There's a good negotiation is very important, and the African state should show some sort of strength during negotiation, not to be bribed. Okay, so I think that much is what I wanted to say. I'm sorry if I've taken more time.
Thank you very much, Professor Tammene. Now, please, Mr. Zoltan Koszkowicz, the 3 minutes for final response. Mr. Zoltan, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. I will try to be very brief. The first point that I take from this debate is that indeed Africa must be in charge of African development. In fact, African development must be African in nature. Therefore, Africans must take the lead. It doesn't mean that we Europeans don't have a role to play, but ideology must not be involved at all, I suppose. On the matter of China, now we of course remember what communist China is. Just a few years ago, they forced women to have abortions. Obnoxious. But how is that relevant to an African town whose mayor cannot provide clean drinking water to his population? It's not relevant. How are you going to convince African countries not to cooperate with communist China if they bring millions in investment into infrastructure and the West offers woke ideology, Western values, and LGBTQ sensitizing? We must invest in African infrastructure. These investments must be driven by African people who know where to invest. I think this is the first step we must take. And I thank you very much for the time.
Yeah, thank you very much. I fully agree with you. Yeah, that's the reality. We cannot, speak about the theory. This is the reality. And the European Union should wake up, And it seems to be that without values, Christian values, the Brussels and Angela Merkel, European Union is promoting LGBT, is promoting killing the people, is promoting, basically the population, everything what is against, what is against the human being, So this is the problem, and it's hardly to believe. If we do not change, the direction of European Union, I do not believe that, the Europe can play a positive role towards the relationship with the Africa. So we, should realize that we are going to be losers as a Europe against the China. So it means that we should probably pray more, and really, challenge all, smart politicians like, present with us, Dr. Vareikis, like, the leaders of the Trimarium. Why do not they speak about Schuman, Why do not they speak about that, We have, in my opinion, most 5 years to change the direction of the European Union into the, a Schuman model. Otherwise, the Europe will be lost, relationship with Africa will be lost, and basically no chance for that what we, would like to what we consider today, what we would like to have. So yes, if the Europe doesn't, think about, deliver, thinking about that the people are starving, they are dying because of a lack of a food, right? So if the Chinese are coming with much money, they are going to create the resources of the water and so on. So this is a clear answer. What they have, first of all, protect their life, before they start to dream about the next better, economic conditions. So, Father Dr. Jacek Gniadek, 3 minutes for you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Look, so we are talking about the Belt and Road initiatives, about the Chinese presence in Africa, and Professor Reinhardt mentioned that in the past, you see, the African countries were indebted to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And now we see the African countries are indebted to China, and I would say what is better, because you see, that money that you see the European Union and the United States were given, you see, and the World Bank and the Monetary Fund. For Africa, the money was given, you see, with a condition. You see, first you have to build up democracy in your countries, and it didn't happen. So the Africa, as far as I see, where Africa was not happy with that, and turned, you see, towards China, and now you see, the money, the loans are given without any precondition. We don't talk about human rights. We don't talk to talk about democracy. We talk about business. And again, from my perspective as a missionary in the compound, the poor compound of Lusaka, I saw 2011, I started building a preschool. I didn't put in my project tiles because it was 4 times more expensive than in Poland. After 2 years, it was price equal to the price in Poland. Why? Because because even you see one of my parishioners were importing tiles from China. And what happens? You see, maybe there is no. We don't talk about democracy, about human rights, but the life of poor people is improving, and because the hygiene level is higher, and so on. If you put tiles in your tiny houses in the compound of Linda, for instance, where I worked. Another, the last point I would like to mention, because again, you see somebody mentioned here that we should help Africa to develop, educational system and so on. Look, I will refer to my experience in Zambia. I work in the compound of Linda. No single government school was there, only private schools. So from that perspective, Africa looks different from what we can see. And now you see where China is doing business with Africa, and European Union is sending, financial aid to the governments of Africa, and the money doesn't go to the people. And because the example is very, easy. No single government school of Linda, where 20,000 inhabitants live there. So look, I think that still my point is that we should not be talking too much about human rights now and democracy. We should just lift our custom tariffs here in Europe, and this is simple. Without talking about arguments and the big politics, just do simple things, and people in Africa will be happy, and they will never go to Europe because they will be happy there, and that is important. And still, another point, it doesn't mean that if people are happy in Africa, they will not be coming to Europe. So that's because the business and the trade relationship is built when we are different. So and Africa is different, EU is different, and we should benefit. The benefit should be on both sides. The problem is that we are closed. Europe is closed. We close our borders. We don't want to trade with. To build up a trading relationship with Africa, because as a theologian, I see we don't see the potential in Africa, and just we are sending just 1% of our GDP to Africa, and we are telling them be in peace, don't mix up with our matters. That's something what I want to say. Okay, thank you very much.
Good points, Father Gniadek. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Dr. Ewa Sałkiewicz-Munerlin, please. 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So first I would like to point only about what Professor Reichelt said about this Belt and Road. Of course, I think you meant also Europe Silk Road, because I must say next even to my town, there is this Silk Road already built, the first step, and nobody is against, maybe because of economic reason. So I understand that, of course, pecunia non olet, unfortunately, money doesn't smell. I am not for it, but in economic point of view, of course, nobody asks about human rights, only if they have business. So unfortunately, it's like that, which is contrary to my belief, but in economy, it's like that. That's why I'm a little bit astonished what Father Gniadek said, that let's not speak about human rights. It's not important now, only about development. Human rights are important, but of course, if we make a business, I mean European, American, Africans with China, nobody asks them, yes, you violate human rights and we don't make business with you, because economy is stupid. So that is about politics. I'm talking about the moral values. Now about what the lady said, Justina. So of course, normally I mostly agree with everything, but That's what you said about from one side Bible, from another gun. You know, it is from the past. Like here in Europe, we had the Inquisition thing, maybe you understand, but it was in Spain, for example. Fortunately, in Poland, we don't have this persecution based on religious ground. And of course, this is the past. Like, for example, there were many errors made by Catholics, like maybe for the colonization of Africa, the same. But it doesn't mean that we have to forget because of that the human values, human rights, because this is more important. For example, even our Pope, John Paul II, apologized for the irregularities of Catholic Church towards, for example, Israel and so on, Jew. But this is another thing. We have to know with whom we are talking. I'm speaking from the European Union perspective. If we want to take example of Robert Schuman, because he was a Christian Catholic. So for him, those values were important. Now, about what you said about the Security Council, of course, it's another thing to discuss, and it is important to know, you know, there were many reforms, tried to reform, but of course, Big Five, they don't want the reform because only them, they want to have this big voice, and we, as European, we don't have anything. You, as, of course, Africa, no more. The other countries either. Only it is like the establishment of five, and this is what good for them. We have to accept it. Of course, we don't have to accept it, but imagine it can be changed, the charter, only based on Article 103 or 7, where all countries will be present for negotiation. And can you imagine, it's almost 200 member states of the UN. Of course, they will never be the majority to change the Security Council composition. There were many attempts, like, for example, from Brazil, by continents, Latin America. For now, it didn't succeed. It doesn't mean that it will not succeed in the future. Now, about the terror, about the refugees and migrants. Of course, we distinguish between refugees and migrants. But when I was talking about it, it was not from the African perspective, but from European Union perspective after the terrorist attack. As you know, there were many migrants, so-called, which were in fact or refugees or migrants, which were from Arab countries, not from Africa, which we thought there were some terrorists there. So that is why was the beginning starting after the September 11 attacks of this control of the borders and so on. Now only small question, nothing to do with our discussion, about what a professor from Lithuania said about Africa happy, yes, very happy. What I notice now, it is maybe small marginal thing about the, I would call it ex-colonial tourism, because of course Poland, fortunately, as you know, we can accuse us of many things, but we were not colonialists as far as I know. Anyhow, I noticed that among some celebrities, they are very fashioned to go to Africa because it's cheap, especially to Mozambique, for example. And there are some stupid people from here who make a picture with the children who are very poor and saying that, oh, we are so good, we help them. So, of course, I'm against that. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor De La Fuente. Strictly 3 minutes, please.
Yes, 3 minutes. At the moment, 2 minutes 59, you got me.
Good, very good.
Okay, China. China is not an NGO, has its interest. And I report you that China opened in the last years his first military base in the Horn of Africa, in Dorale, in Djibouti. Nowadays, China, in my humble opinion, the Chinese are very able, but also has, I think, an interest in the exploitation of Africa. And also, I talk about bad boys. Nowadays, we have also African bad boys promoted by China. For me, the star of that is Tedros Adhanom, the puppet of China in this crisis of the coronavirus, or the coronavirus. I recommend the Africans also take care of the Chinese, because that's true. That his strategy is more intelligent than the French, for example. But there are not innocent people also. And finally, talking about innocent people, I want to finish with the United States. In United States, I think one of the last missions of George Bush Jr. was the establishment of the AFRICOM, the African Command, the US African Command. And nowadays, the African Command is placed in the African city of Stuttgart, Germany. And it's clear situation in Stuttgart, not in Djibouti, not in Johannesburg, in Stuttgart. But I don't have any explanation for these questions. Why nowadays the United States want to set the headquarters of the AFRICOM in Morocco? And secondly, why the United States is helping France in his awful empire in Africa, providing aircraft and logistics and transport capabilities that nowadays the French armed forces don't have? For me, is the reflection. I am pessimistic because I said the global powers and the European Union, led by the interests of France, want to empty Africa of people by his neo-Malthusian ideas, and also empty Africa of resources. And I think that no future in this point. I'm sorry, but I'm very pessimistic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Professor Reichert, just 3 minutes strictly. David, please. Hello, Professor Reichert, are you there? Just 3 minutes, David.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, okay, in conclusion, I'd just like to say that the European Union has really to lead by helping the member states of the EU to realize their interests in Africa, rather than kind of arrogantly going forward with an African policy that does not really have the support of the member states. So I think that's a key point, you know, is what I was trying to argue, that member states that are not necessarily concerned with Africa or don't realize the potential of Africa need to be more aware of that. I think that will be an ongoing project. I'd just like to mention regarding Africa and China, I disagree with a couple of my colleagues here who were kind of arguing that economic development is really all that matters. And the kind of what China is or what it represents is not really that important as long as people have water, fresh water, and food. And while I understand that argument on, you know, to a certain degree, certainly the character of a country does matter. A country that is a gross violator of human rights. I mean, if you have an alternative, if there is an alternative between having the fresh water, you know, in cooperation with a country that is a gross violator of human rights and a country that is not, I mean, I would definitely, from a you know, Judeo-Christian perspective, definitely choose the country that is not violating human rights. So I think it does matter. But my argument was even beyond that. I believe that the problem with China and Belt and Road is that we know that China does not play by the same rules as Western institutions. Now, it's true that the IMF and the World Bank, you may not agree with their conditionality, but their conditionality is more or less transparent. I mean, when you go into an arrangement, when you go into an agreement with these large Western institutions, you kind of know what you're going to get. You kind of know the deal. But with China, I think because of the lack of transparency and some of the dubious conditions of these, I think that any short-term gain that African states are going to reap from that relationship with China may have very, very bad long-term consequences. So that's my worry. But so thank you very much. Just a few comments there.
David, thank you very much. Yes, that's good point, you know, that's good point. The question is usually, you know, if they have choice, right? If they have choice. So let's assume it's only China arriving and nobody else, no Americans, not Europe. So they do not have a choice, right? The question is, you know, how to manage that all. You know, the situation is not a good one. So, yeah, but anyway, this is, I agree. This is, you know, for a long time, it's just, I mean, the economic condition, it's not enough, and you get in another prison. So basically, Africa is very difficult situation. Is basically, I mean, subjected or is basically sentenced on the neo-colony again. It's pity, you know, this is the picture it's arriving from our discussion. You know, China is going to create a colony. Europe, if will not, you know, change approach, not implement the Christian principles, will again approach to the Africa like to the colony. Dr. Vareikis, 3 minutes, please.
Yes, in the very short manner, China, because everybody's thinking about China. So my suggestion for Africans, if you are making business with China, have in mind that Chinese don't love you. Chinese simply hate you. They're only making business with you. If you agree with that cooperation with the partner who don't love you, even the minimum, so please do it, but be very careful. Now, in my long-term cooperation with Africa, of course, I saw many faces of Africa. Is that one face is what we are mostly working with the government, the politician, the administration. They are corrupt. They are not sympathetic. We feel that we are giving them money for democracy. They're spending money for luxury. It's not. But Africa has not only this face. Africa has face of strong family, children, parents, community. The communities of villages, of small cities, they're very sympathetic, very nice. And I'm saying to Africans generally, but money is inflating. You can lose money very quickly, but love, spirituality, human dignity is not inflating. And what you have, your families, your children, your generation relations are very valuable. We Europeans still do not understand how important it is. No, we forgot how important it is, but maybe in the future, really the African core societies will be also very important for us. So, okay.
Thank you very much. And Father Tesfaye asked for just 2 minutes. Father, please, your reflection. 2 minutes, not more.
Thank you very much, Professor. Really appreciate to be part of this debate. Really appreciate all of you. Many things which I wanted to talk about, but the time blocks me, prevents me. And one phrase, just Professor Vareik said, Africa is still not itself. It is exactly right, but how and why? Mostly Europe speaks about human rights, equality, freedom. And really it is based on Christian values. Is it in reality there? It is practically there. Is really Africa free today? Long time ago, I don't remember now, when I was in major seminary, I read about writings about Emeritus Pope Benedictus Ratzinger's writing. Colonialization changes its direction. It was political, but nowadays it is changes into another money, economical, and religious way. I remember those. I don't forget it. But how do Europe evaluate Africa? Is it in their social, cultural, traditional based and context, or in European cultural, social, and traditional based? They evaluate Africa as a country, the country has one culture, one language, and one tribe. I remember one of my professors, he was teaching us like a country with one culture, one tradition. We asked him, Africa is, okay, Professor Dr. Justina mentioned, Africa is a continent which has 55 countries. Let us take one country. It has how many tribes, how many cultures, tradition. So now, unless Europe changes its approach, it is really difficult. China is a long-term process of colonization or style, but also Europe has its own style. Is it really for common sense or common benefit? We have to look on that. we have to evaluate that. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And my conclusion look like at the confession. If we speak about the Christian values, you go to the confession. What confession change? Relationship with people and with God. So what is conclusion in the confession? Reparation. France, Netherlands, and Belgium, Germany should, are responsible, and they have to repair. United States as well. Reparation. They destroyed your countries. Resources. Dr. Vareikis, this is what is the responsible of the European Union. Not these countries like Poland. Germany destroyed Poland and never delivered the reparations. But the destruction of the Africa is much more bigger. So what we should, be focused and, work on reparation. If, in the confession, if you do not repair, the confession is not valid. What does do the reparation? The reparation change the relationship, because you need to go to the certain entity, to the certain person, and to feel, if you are going to send now billions of dollars back to the Africa, not to just giving them gift. This is a duty because you have stolen that money. Even it is not enough because you killed many people. That's the conclusion out of that session. And do not think, we cannot think, we don't understand what Africa wants, what not. You destroyed this continent. So the conclusion is reparation, reparation, and reparation again. I do not believe the relationship will be changed. Until the reparation, which will be not placed in the action. So, dear speakers, dear friends in this auditorium, our chairman panel, right? Thank you very much indeed. It was a very fruitful debate. Thank you for all of you, from many countries. Let's think, Professor Dr. Vareikis, let's think about, establishing a team, Trimarium, Schuman, Africa team, okay? And work on that, even if we do not much. But for God is enough, we start to do something. If we just make one step in that small group of people, God will do the miracle, like Daniel, who was fighting against the Goliath, right? Dr. Vareikis, Dr. Vareikis, Schuman, 77 years old, he passed over. So we still have some time, just, we need to establish something like that. I have some certain idea for some conference, Trimarium, Africa and Schuman, in a few months, something like that. But not the conference is important. The important is some kind of action, right? Some small step, We are not, excellent tools of a God, but God doesn't need the excellent tools. God does need our hearts, okay? And let's believe in that, miracle. And this miracle can be as well due to engagement of Schuman. Now he's, after the beatification process, the formal, a step, and we are waiting for a miracle. And then the beatification process is going to be finished. So thank you very much indeed for the organizers, Institute of Schuman Thought, or the Juris Economic Forum, and as well all people, watching in the internet, potentially over 1 million in Poland and abroad. Usually we are watched by something like 60 to 100 people. So thank you very much indeed, and see you again sometime. So we are not saying goodbye. We are just saying, talk to you soon and meet you soon again. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, professors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Justina Mutale. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank
Yeah,
you very
professors.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Professor Tamene, right. Tamene, Rajchat, Saukiewicz, Zoltan, Mr. Zoltan. That's great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Tak, to już jest. We finished that. That's great. It was very good. Very good, contribution. Marto, znakomicie. Thank you for being here. That's your presence, spirit, spiritual presence. It's very interesting, very inspiring. And thank you that there was a lot of